Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Kim Jong-un heads to China's World War II victory parade, joining Putin as Trump eyes a future meeting. Meanwhile, EU defence ministers meet in Denmark as deadly strikes hit Kyiv and pressure mounts to define Ukraine's future security. And UK, Germany and France push to reimpose UN sanctions on Iran after diplomacy stalls. Now, North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un will be attending China's victory celebration next week, which marks the formal surrender of Japan during World War II. Russian President Vladimir Putin will also be among the 26 heads of state who will attend this event. US President Trump is not going, but said this week that he wanted to meet Kim, whose growing nuclear arsenal and support for Russia has rattled the West. For more on this, I'm joined from London by John Everard, former British ambassador to North Korea. John, thank you so much for joining us and for taking your time this evening. First of all, the North Korean leader rarely travels abroad. Is it a surprise that Kim Jong-un has been invited to this military parade in China?
It's not a surprise at all that he's invited. It's a slight surprise that he's gone. Kim Jong-un, of course, has thrown in his lot very definitely with Russia rather than China. And the Russians will be probably slightly perturbed that he's going to Xi Jinping's great party. It may be, of course, that Xi Jinping had to twist his arm a little to get him there.
And we know President Vladimir Putin, who you just mentioned, is also attending. So the world will really be interested in these seating arrangements and the behind-the-scenes talks. So what can we actually expect, John?
Well, the seating arrangements, I think, are predictable. The Chinese are stricter for protocol, and you will see them apply an almost mathematical formula to the seating on the podium. The real news is what happens behind the scene. This is the first time, I think, ever that Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin have been together. And I think for Xi, the temptation to have a trilateral meeting of the three will be irresistible. At that meeting, I suspect that he will do two things. Firstly, he will remind both Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin that China has power of life and death over both their countries. If China withdraws support from Russia, its war machine grinds to a halt. If China withdraws support from North Korea, its economy collapses. That'll be the first thing. The second thing is that China really does not like Putin's war against Ukraine. It's messy, it's disruptive, it's expensive, it weakens a key Chinese ally, and it costs a lot of lives. And one of the frustrating possible outcomes of this is that whereas Donald Trump has manifestly failed to bring about an end to the war in Ukraine, the Xi Jinping, who's got many more levers over Russia than Trump ever had, that he might actually move to do just that, perhaps even apply for a Nobel Peace Prize, who knows?
Wow, that's really interesting. So actually what you're saying is Xi Jinping now could possibly be the man that pressures Russia to stop the war in Ukraine. But I actually spoke to a Ukrainian MP yesterday, John, Oleksiy Goncharenko, and he said Ukraine can just not rely on China to put any pressure on Russia, and it's all down to Donald Trump to essentially stop the war. What did you make of those comments, or do you think actually it's Xi Jinping?
I think the Ukrainians are quite right. They can't rely on China to apply pressure. But if China decides for its own reasons, for its own interests to apply pressure, then you are in a very different ballgame. And the kind of pressure that China could apply to Russia is many times greater than any pressure that the United States can apply to Russia. So if China decides that it wants this war to end, regardless of what the Ukrainians think, it is in a strong position to do just that.
And this is so fascinating, John, because we know Donald Trump is determined to get the Nobel Peace Prize. He's determined to end the killing between Russia and Ukraine. And if Xi Jinping manages to almost beat him to that goal, what is that going to mean for US President Donald Trump and the optics around all of this?
I think that it will be a very clear sign that the United States is no longer the sole superpower in this world, that in certain parts of the world, at least, that it's China, not the United States, that calls the shots. That will be a very bitter pill for America as a whole to swallow, and a very bitter pill indeed for Donald Trump personally. Depriving him of the Nobel Peace Prize would, shall we say, sadden him greatly, but it will make a very strong political point.
But when it does come to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, China has maintained a neutral stance, if we're honest about it. But how hard would it be for Xi to maintain this position when he does meet Vladimir Putin at this victory parade?
Well, there's neutral and neutral, isn't there? I mean, China has been scrupulously careful in its public statements, but at the same time has quite clearly supplied Russia with very large amounts of money. Remember, it was China that bailed out the Russian banking system when it was on the brink of collapse a few years ago. And also a great deal of dual-use goods. A lot of the equipment that the Ukrainians find in Russian missiles comes from China. So it's not that neutral. And Putin, of course, knows this very well. He knows that without Chinese support, he simply cannot continue to prosecute this war.
And, you know, just a few days ago, John, I found it interesting. President Trump said he really wanted to meet Kim Jong-un again before the end of this year, that they had a good relationship. President Xi is obviously now hosting the North Korean leader at this military parade next week. Is this another signal to the US that China really does hold the cards here?
Well, yes, it is. But don't get too excited about a possible further summit between President Trump and General Secretary Kim. Donald Trump, as we know to our cost, has a habit of making off-the-cuff remarks that actually bear no relationship with his future actions. What you have to watch for is what he says unprompted and on his Truth Social. When he said that he thought that he and President and General Secretary Kim might meet this year, he was simply echoing the question that the journalist put to him, and then immediately started talking about a meeting with Xi Jinping, in which he's much more interested. I think the chances of a Trump-Kim summit happening this year or next year are frankly not great, and they will shrink and shrink as President Trump becomes more and more enmeshed in the complexities of his own domestic politics, and of course in the run-up to the midterm elections.
And just before I let you go, John, Narendra Modi is going to visit President Xi on Sunday, so China is going to be a really busy place. Is President Trump forcing a marriage of convenience between India and China right now, especially after those tariffs hit India?
The tariffs have infuriated India. I mean, pick up any Indian newspaper if you doubt that. But a marriage of convenience is not much of a marriage. India and China still have enormous differences, fighting over water supplies in Tibet. Remember, they actually came to blows not that long ago. So yes, they will talk. They will try to reach some kind of modus vivendi. But both India and China know that their economies are fundamentally and inextricably intertwined with the economy of the United States. And wriggle as they might, they can't get out of that.
John Everard, it's been a fascinating conversation, and I've really enjoyed speaking to you and getting your insights. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, EU defence ministers meet in Denmark on Friday to discuss a new round of sanctions on Moscow and possible security guarantees for Ukraine. Russia, however, has maintained that such guarantees should not be a precondition for peace talks. The EU's Foreign Affairs Chief, Kaja Kallas, says the bloc must increase pressure on Russia, accusing the Kremlin of mocking international peace efforts. William Denslow has this report.
Addressing the media at the conclusion of this informal gathering of EU defence ministers, Kaja Kallas, the EU's top diplomat, said that this week's attacks by Russia on Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, further proof, she says, that Moscow isn't interested in peace. They are merely stalling the peace process. That is why, she says, urgently more support for Ukraine is required. There have been calls by Kaja Kallas for EU member states to ramp up financial support for Kyiv. She says some member states have been doing that in the last few days. We've also heard from Ireland's Defence Minister Simon Harris discussing the issue of this 19th round of sanctions on Moscow that EU officials have been negotiating on. He says that that would be absolutely imperative as part of efforts to drive Moscow to the negotiating table. Another major part of these discussions on Friday in Denmark, security guarantees for Ukraine. What can be done to provide Ukraine with those guarantees that should any kind of peace plan take root, that Russia won't simply rearm, restock and come back with more acts of aggression in the future. Kaja Kallas said one proposal that has been discussed is the potential of EU member states sending training a presence to Ukraine on the ground in the country should there be some kind of ceasefire or peace plan going forward. That would mark a significant development. Also, what more the EU can do to help ramp up Ukraine's own industrial base when it comes to the defence sector too. Big questions remain, though. Is there the consensus across the EU to provide such security guarantees? We know a joint statement has been released by EU member states condemning this latest Russian missile strike. But the question is, the fact that Hungary didn't sign off on it, is there enough consensus to get all 27 member states on board with such security guarantees going forward? That will be a major question. We do know, though, however, that, of course, there is the coalition of the willing, so those efforts do continue amongst Kyiv's allies to provide those lasting security guarantees too. Another part of Friday's discussions, ramping up Europe's own defence sector. We know billions of dollars have been pledged for the EU to ramp up its defence capabilities. The question that was discussed between defence ministers in Denmark was how to put the money where their mouth is and ensure that these funding pledges result in tangible action for the EU's defence sector. William Denslow, Arabiya News, Brussels.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The BBC uncovered a Pakistan-based spam network posting fake AI Holocaust images on Facebook. Historians slammed Meta for letting users turn the atrocity into an emotional gain. The Auschwitz Museum earlier warned of accounts copying its posts and distorting history. Now, India and Canada have named new ambassadors after ties soured over the 2023 killing of a Sikh separatist leader in Vancouver. Both countries expelled senior diplomats last year. Canada has appointed Christopher Cooter to New Delhi, while India has named Dinesh Patnaik as High Commissioner to Ottawa. An Australian celebrity crocodile wrangler has been found guilty of lying to police and attempting to falsify flight records after a fatal helicopter crash. A jury convicted Matt Wright of 2 counts of perverting the course of justice. The 2022 helicopter crash in the Northern Territory outback killed Wright's co-star Chris Wilson and left the pilot paralysed. A fight broke out between two high-ranking Mexican senators following debate on the possibility of U.S. military intervention in the country. President of the opposition party, Alejandro Monreiro, said on social media that he had confronted the Senate president because the ruling party had changed the agenda of the session to prevent the opposition from speaking out. And finally, New Zealand police have released a fresh CCTV footage believed to show a fugitive who disappeared with his 3 children in 2021. The video shows 2 people breaking into a grocery store. Authorities believe the man in the video is Tom Phillips, who had taken his kids after losing legal custody to their mother. Phillips faces charges such as aggravated robbery and illegal possessing of a firearm. Now, the UK, Germany and France have triggered a mechanism at the United Nations to reimpose international sanctions on Iran over its nuclear program. The decision comes after a failed diplomatic push by European powers to convince Tehran to resume negotiations with the US and fully cooperate with the IAEA. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington does support the move. For more on this, I'm joined by Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. First of all, can you break down for us what this snapback process actually means?
Well, yes, the UN snapback sanctions mechanism is embedded in UN Security Council Resolution 2231, which endorsed the original Iran nuclear deal. And that allows a JCPOA participant to invoke the snapback sanctions mechanism. So in the event of significant noncompliance, Iran's regime has not been complying with the JCPOA for years now, and the E3 has given Iran every opportunity and every off-ramp to resolve this matter diplomatically. But the snapback sanctions mechanism itself expires in October of 2025, so only a couple of months from today. And so the E3 has to invoke that provision in advance of the expiration, and so that is why it is doing so.
And Jason, let's talk a little bit about October. And in October, Russia assumes the presidency of the Security Council. They are, of course, a close ally of Iran. So is the timing key here for the E3 bloc?
Well, I think that's why the E3 wanted to start the process at the end of August, because next month in September, South Korea will be the president of the Security Council, and that's a more receptive power to these initiatives than Russia would be. But let's not forget that it was Russia that originally basically came up with the snapback sanctions mechanism during the Iran nuclear deal negotiations between 2013 to 2015. It was Sergei Lavrov, who was still foreign minister, who developed this concept. So the whole point of the snapback sanctions mechanism is that it is not subject to the veto of a permanent member of the Security Council. And so that is why the E3 is invoking it, and Russia, Iran, China, and other powers don't have the standing legally to block the reimposition of all these UN sanctions.
And we know Europe has started the snapback process, as you just told us. But is there still room for more negotiations with Iran in the coming weeks, or was this kind of the end of that?
No, I think that it's not the end of diplomacy. There will be attempts to resolve the matter diplomatically during this window, which lasts for over 30 days. But I don't think that we should be under any impression here that there are happy endings to this matter. The reality is, unfortunately, there are no happy endings when it comes to dealing with the Iranian regime's nuclear program, and because it's a symptom of a larger problem, which is the Iranian regime itself. And Iran's regime views diplomacy with the West as a means of countering the United States, trying to eradicate the state of Israel. And so that is why it uses the diplomatic process as a shield and as a sword to combat any pressure against it. It doesn't view the diplomatic process as a way of resolving tensions to build a better future. The Iranian regime is all about countering the United States, eradicating Israel, and also expanding its influence throughout the region and rebuilding its proxy and partner network, which threatens the Arab world as well. The United States and its European allies, on the other hand, view diplomacy as a way to settle matters peacefully in the hopes of developing a more stable regional order. And so that mismatch in objectives will inherently result in collapsed diplomacy down the line.
And this was expected after the last round of talks between Europe and Iran. What reaction have we had from Iran, and how do you think the country is likely to respond?
Iran is characteristically being very defiant. It is portraying itself as a victim. But at the end of the day, the United States and the E3, through both Republican and Democratic presidents, have given Iran multiple opportunities and multiple off-ramps to resolve this matter diplomatically. So Iran has to own its decisions. I think that after the 12-day war, the Iranian leadership believes that it could survive the invocation of the snapback sanctions mechanism and absorb any impact. You see Iranian officials downplaying the impact of the snapback sanctions mechanism, saying it would be purely psychological in impact as opposed to truly substantive economic impact. And so that, to me, is very telling that the leadership feels that it could get away with the reinvocation of the snapback sanctions mechanism, because if it survived a military strike on its regime and nuclear program, it could survive the invocation of the snapback sanctions mechanism. But make no mistake, Iran right now is facing a deterrence crisis, an economic crisis, a water crisis, an energy crisis, a crisis of confidence between state and society. The list goes on. And so this adds now a diplomatic crisis on top of that. And so the Iranian regime is quite vulnerable.
So we talk about the Iranian regime being quite vulnerable, and I do remember when the US struck Iranian nuclear facilities and claimed to have damaged a massive amount of their uranium that they were enriching. But the regime, Jason, did stand strong and is still going. So what is the answer here to try and improve ties between Iran, Israel, the US, and the rest of the Middle East?
Well, I don't think that's sadly on the menu, improving ties, given the nature of the Iranian leadership and its ideological outlook. It's all about managing conflict, and that is what we're going to have to be doing as long as the current system is in power. The Iranian leadership, namely the Supreme Leader and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have no interest in a better relationship with Israel, have no interest in a better relationship with the United States. They have an interest in adhering and expanding on their grand strategy, which is countering the United States, eradicating the state of Israel, and also fostering regional hegemony through its proxies and partners around the region. And it views diplomacy as an ability and as a way to rebuild those terror proxies and partners which threaten not only the United States and Israel, but also the Arab world.
But also, Jason, we must remember something, that years ago, those crippling economic sanctions on Iran were actually lifted. And a lot of that reason is because, you know, they were going to put in Iran's nuclear program under the UN-backed deal, which was something which was quite successful. And Iran was sticking to its enrichment policy as far as we do know. But Donald Trump pulled the US out of that. And since then, trying to get back on track with Iran has been pretty difficult.
Well, I don't really think we were ever on track with Iran. I think that deal provided a false sense of complacency. Let's not forget that Iran was in violation of the NPT all while it was, quote, technically complying with the JCPOA, and that's because it had not cooperated fully with the IAEA on its outstanding safeguards inquiries, and that only became really public in 2018 after the Mossad raid in Iran that brought forth the atomic warehouse that Iran had been using and trying to store its nuclear secrets. So I think that we have to really understand that there are limits to what diplomacy can achieve here. And I think that what was going to have to really prevail at the end of the day is trying to counter Iran through diplomatic isolation, economic pressure, and yes, the development of a credible military threat.
Jason Brodsky, it's always great to have you on, and that is a very complicated issue. So really great that you came to analyse that for us. The White House has named Jim O'Neill, a Deputy Health Secretary to Robert Kennedy Jr., as the new acting director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He replaces Suzanne Montaraz, who was fired just a month into the job after clashing with Kennedy over vaccine policy. Her dismissal sparked a wave of resignations from senior CDC officials and growing criticism from experts who are warning the agency is being politicized at a critical moment. For more on this, I'm joined by Angie Wong, Miami GOP committee woman. Angie Wong, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, why is the CDC in chaos, and what has triggered this wave of resignations and walkouts?
Well, it looks like chaos because that's what they've made it look like. There's lots of walkouts. There are protests outside the buildings, as well as, television crews. Susan Morenes refused to work with President Trump. She refused his agenda, largely because it was very anti-vaccination. Instead, she says she cares more for the public safety and public health, and that's why she decided that she was no longer going to be working there. This very much differs from the rest of the Trump agencies, where they fall into line with what President Trump wants. And what he wants is a complete revamp of the CDC. He's very ambitious with his plans to make America healthy. Unfortunately, it looked like Susan Morenes did not want to comply with it.
And what impact could the firing of Susan Morenes have on public health in the US and globally, as the CDC is considered the premium public health agency of the world? And also, as you said, Donald Trump wants to revamp the CDC, and a more anti-vax stance is coming in.
And that's right. And that is remains to be seen. But we do believe that Jim O'Neill will be a great replacement. Look, a lot of these things turn over. A lot of agency heads turn over, especially when there's a new administration. Clearly, you can't have clashes with the president's agenda. And if there's one sticking point, which is that, President Trump wants to review and perhaps get rid of vaccinations, and the CDC head doesn't want to comply to that, I think that's a real clash. And you don't want to spend your entire administration fighting. So this might be a good move. And given that the top deputies have also left, it's now a clean house for President Trump to fill in with his right people. I know that some of the early talks, especially with RFK Jr., who is the HHS head, they want to take food dyes out of our foods. They want to make our crops healthy. They want to make sure that sugar is actually sugar in our sugary drinks. So all those things are, they're gonna happen during this administration. You don't want people internally fighting you on these things, and that seems to be what the case was. So I would say give it some time, and we will see how this progresses. But no doubt, this is probably a good move for all parties involved.
And is the CDC at risk of actually being politicized? But we know Trump wanted RFK Jr. in this very position. So Trump really likes him. What's so special about him?
Well, it was just 1 year ago where RFK Jr. left the Democrat Party to join the Republican Party in support of Trump. So I think that the two men have gotten along since. RFK Jr. also very, very, very ambitious. He's long said that he did not like vaccinations, that he wants a complete review of vaccinations. Next month, he's going to be releasing a report likely to say that autism may be tied to some of these vaccinations. So that is something coming out in September. There's good room and reasons to question all these things. I applaud any elected official to review these things because we do have lots of health problems. And if we stay status quo, well, we're going to continue having health issues. Some of our biggest issues would be obesity, for example. And still we have COVID injuries that people are still dealing with years later. So all these things should be looked at. I'm glad that we have a team in place. Hopefully the brand new team who's going to be able to accomplish all the things that President Trump wants to do in his second term.
And Angie, I want to talk a little bit about Melania's Trump Vanity Fair cover. It's been celebrated by MAGA and all across social media, but let's be honest, it's fake. And my big question is, why isn't the First Lady being celebrated?
Well, that is a very good question. I mean, she is a former model and she graces lots of magazine covers back in the day when she was a model. But when she became the First Lady under President Trump, people started having problems with that. I long think that the media is turning a new leaf on this. I think the smart ones, the smart outlets who embrace Trump rather than fighting him, they're going to survive this. Already Trump is looking at FCC violations for some of the other networks that have gone against him all these years, including ABC, CBS, and others. So it would be a smart move for media companies to start embracing the U.S. president and not just constantly attacking him. I think this is what Vanity Fair and Condé Nast, the owner, is trying to do here, is to say, look, we have a new editorial outlook on this. We want to celebrate the First Lady. Even if that cover might have been AI generated, it certainly caused a great noise amongst media yesterday. But no, Melania Trump absolutely belongs on every single cover. She's the First Lady and she is the American Queen.
And I agree with you. I always think she looks absolutely amazing. I love Melania Trump. We have seen her actually become slightly more involved in children's safety around the world when it comes to wars that are going on, which is something that's actually quite remarkable. But you also said anti-Trump activist newsrooms are extinct like dinosaurs. Do you think outlets like Vanity Fair just basically risk becoming completely irrelevant if they can't get past their bias against the whole Trump family?
Yeah, so remember, it was only a few years ago when the editor-in-chief, Graydon Carter, called Trump all sorts of weird names and accused him of having small hands, right? So all that has to change. A lot of our newsrooms here in America have become activist newsrooms, and so much so that the Washington Post had a walkout of its editorial staff not so long ago because, well, the editor wanted a change. This is our U.S. president. We can't spend the next 4 years going after him. We actually have to report on hard news. So that has to go away, only because it's now out of fashion, quite honestly, to be out of anti-Trump. Half the country likes him, thinks he's doing a great job. And why wouldn't you cover that? Why wouldn't you appeal to those readers, right? So I think that's what's happening now. I think the smart news outlets know to cover Trump and cover him, whether maybe just in an unbiased way. You don't have to like him or not like him. You just have to remove the bias from your reporting. Go back to straight reporting again. And I think that is slowly happening. But unfortunately, there's still a lot of activists posing as journalists. And those are the ones that we have to get rid of because those are the ones who are causing trouble within our news outlets.
And Angie, just before I let you go, I was speaking a little bit earlier to a guest that we had on the show about Narendra Modi, who's going to visit President Xi on Sunday. Is President Trump forcing a marriage of convenience between India and China with these huge tariffs that have been slapped on India? Apologies.
Yes, it certainly looks that way. This weekend, we're going to see the SCO summit, where it's going to be India, China, Russia. Absent is President Trump. But this is more symbolic than anything else. I mean, you're seeing 3 world leaders banding together, spending a weekend together at a summit. I think that is for Russia, China, and India to show strength and maybe a buddyhood amongst themselves, and maybe a band that's going to stand up against Trump. So we're going to see what President Trump and how he reacts to this. But either way, the 50% tariffs on India started this week. And certainly, having spoken to Indian media, they're not very happy about this. Their businesses are not happy about this. They don't have a way out. It almost forced them to, band with China and Russia. So we'll see how this whole thing plays out.
Angie Wong, it's always a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for joining us. Now back to China's Victory Day parade. Preparations are underway in Beijing for celebrations marking the 80th anniversary of World War II, also referred to in China as the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. A major military parade set to take place next week is seen as a coming-out party for the modernization of China's military forces. Yana Li reports from the Chinese capital, Beijing.
Honor guards perform marching drills in perfect sync. Sweat's being poured into preparations for China's Victory Day parade in just a few days' time. For weeks, rehearsals have been taking place in the capital, Beijing. China's Air Force contingent is expected to be a key spectacle. The unit's undergone rigorous training in sweltering summer conditions.
We're confident that on September 3rd we will march through Tiananmen Square in the best condition to be reviewed by the party and the people.
Security's also been stepped up, with some streets emptied and screenings of people across the city. Beijing wants the World War II commemoration to highlight the role it played fighting fascist forces. But the parade next week is also expected to be a display of China's military might. Hundreds of aircraft, including fighter jets and bombers, as well as missile defense systems and hypersonic weapons, will be featured. Amid tension with the West, China is demonstrating how far its military has come. Leaked reports say unmanned drones and ships could also be on show.
That could be instrumental in any kind of cross-strait invasion scenario between China and Taiwan. So these are new items that analysts around the world are watching out for. The key storyline here really is China's rise, and that the military parade will help highlight the journey's humble beginnings going way back to World War II. And through that contrast, it's going to underscore how far China has traveled in the decades since.
For many people in China, the parade is a source of pride. At this children's salon in the capital, customers are getting into the spirit of the occasion with patriotic haircuts. This boy's having a tank shaved into the back of his head.
I think for the children it also has great educational meaning. For our family, from the perspective of the motherland, a stronger China means we won't be bullied anymore.
Victory Day celebrations will take place just after China's biggest diplomatic huddle of the year. More than 20 foreign leaders are set to attend the annual summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, seen as an alternative to the Western-led international order. Yana Li, Arabiya English, Beijing.
Let's take a look at the top sports news now. World #1 tennis player Jannik Sinner reached the US Open third round, winning against Alexei Popyrin. He has now won 23 consecutive matches at hard-court Grand Slams. Sinner lost only 4 games in his first round match and broke Popyrin's serve early in each set. He is the defending US champion and 2-time defending Australian Open champion. Jose Mourinho has been sacked as football's manager just over a year after taking charge of the Turkish club. His dismissal came 2 days after they were knocked out of the Champions League playoffs by Benfica. Despite guiding the team to second place in the league, Mourinho's spell was marked by controversy and poor results in key matches. Talks over his compensation package remain ongoing. A reminder of our top stories. Kim Jong-un heads to China's World War II victory parade, joining Putin as Trump eyes a future meeting. Meanwhile, EU defence ministers meet in Denmark as deadly strikes hit Kyiv and pressure mounts to define Ukraine's future security. And UK, Germany and France push to reimpose UN sanctions on Iran after diplomacy stalls. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The Riz Khan Show will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Ukraine could end the war with Russia at any time if it wanted to, so says US President Donald Trump. What he hasn't been so vocal about is what he expects Russia to concede in order to get that deal done. Is the handover of Ukrainian territory a fair price for peace? That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, VistaJet is given clearance to operate domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. We'll be speaking to the VistaJet CEO in just a moment. With tourist numbers rising across the kingdom, we're going to take you to the historic oasis of Alula, where ancient heritage and outdoor adventure are a big hit with visitors. We ask what's on offer in the upcoming tourist season. Plus, we take you to the region of Assir in southern Saudi Arabia, where a mountainous setting and cooler weather have been the perfect backdrop for a Wild West cowboy-themed town, and that's been drawing tourists from far and wide. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest moves to liberalise the skies above Saudi Arabia. Back in May, it was announced that barriers had been lifted, which prevented international charter operators from offering domestic services. Well, this in a bid to boost competitiveness and attract global investment, as well as expand the private aviation segment, all very much in line with Vision 2030. Well, it's been announced that the private jet operator VistaJet is set to be allowed to fly domestic routes in Saudi Arabia, making it the first foreign private jet operator to be allowed to do so. Well, we are delighted to be joined now by Thomas Flohr, who is the founder and chairman of VistaJet. He joins us from Milan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Flohr. Very exciting news for VistaJet. What does this mean for your company?
Well, how are you? Great to see you. Well, we're extremely excited to serve our new and the existing clients. And like you said, it's exactly in line with the vision of the leadership of the country. Obviously, with our global fleet, we have the infrastructure, we have the operations in place to immediately start serving. We actually already had our first flights in the country. And, you know, on the back of the first half of 2025, we saw a 32% increase in our program members in the kingdom year over year. And that's kind of like highlighting the drive and demand for both domestic and the global flying that is coming from the country.
And when you say your program in Saudi Arabia, what does that mean? People who've bought into a sort of a subscription, a membership, how does it work?
That's exactly right. So typically, we're making it very, very simple for our clients. Rather than having to buy an airplane or a fraction of an airplane, they just buy the hours they need. It's a 3-year subscription, and they buy as many hours on whichever airplane serves them best, and they can use them anywhere in the world, whether it's being in the kingdom or in America or in Asia or in Europe. It's a global, simple membership. Very short contract, and it allows having access to our fleet of approximately 250 aircraft, no matter where and within shortest notice.
So what does your arrival in the Saudi domestic market mean for Saudi Arabia?
Well, it really brings the quality of operation that Vista has established since now more than 20 years on every continent around the world. And we can now offer exactly the same operational and service quality that we do anywhere else in the world. And so, as I mentioned earlier, it is our international clients that can now continue to use Vista within the country. And it's, of course, our very loyal and long-term Saudi client base that we have that can now use us within the country. And obviously, we're very excited to welcome a whole lot of new clients, being it large corporations or ultra-high net worth individuals, family offices that can join the Vista program.
I imagine you're pretty streamlined, but nevertheless, you're going to have some sort of a presence on the ground, I'm assuming. I mean, will you be hiring during the course of the next few months?
Of course, we in anticipation, we have been hiring. Our leader from a Salesforce point of view is actually Saudi since many years, so we have an advantage right there. And we're an attractive place to work for. So we'll continue to add to our Salesforce, continue to add to our operational infrastructure as the demand will be growing for our local operations.
Let's talk a bit about your future Saudi operation. I mean, what do you expect are going to be the main routes?
Well, I think it's definitely between the main cities in Saudi, but also, you know, there are some smaller airfields and smaller areas where, you know, either investors or business people need to get to very, very efficiently, maybe only stay for 24 hours and fly straight back to Riyadh or Jeddah. It's exactly that what we're serving within the country, making it so much more palatable and easy to use private jets within the country, and most importantly, in a very efficient way.
Tell us a bit about what it's been like getting set up in Saudi Arabia. What have been your main sort of takeaways?
Well, it has been an incredibly pleasant experience to work with the Gaga and the leadership in this process. It's a normal process that we have to go through. There is a lot of diligence. There is a lot of detailed understanding exactly how we operate. And that has been done in an extremely transparent way. And obviously, we're extremely pleased to have been awarded the license to fly within the country and now serve the country with our fleet, the famous silver with a red stripe fleet, and its impeccable service standards that we offer already everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, and the very first foreign private jet operator to be given that award, that privilege. I want to ask you, I mean, you've touched upon this a little bit already, but who do you see as being sort of the typical VistaJet client? I mean, do you think the profile of the typical VistaJet client in Saudi Arabia will be any different from anywhere else in the world?
Not really. I mean, we have 15 years of experience flying into Saudi from an international aspect, and we have a very significant customer base of Saudi companies and Saudi family offices or ultra-high net worth individuals that have chosen the Vista subscription over buying an airplane. And I think it's on the back of that 15 years experience that also impressed the authorities that we already have and that we're now expanding into these local flying opportunities. So I expect very much the same type of client between corporations that don't need to put an aircraft on a balance sheet. Think about it. When you buy one airplane, it's very often, I always say, it's difficult to decide which one you fly, and you buy let's say a mid-range airplane. It takes you nonstop to Europe, but if you need to go to Asia or to America, you can't do it nonstop. You need to stop somewhere. But then again, if you buy an ultra long range, let's say Global 7500, our leading product, you get nonstop to America or to Tokyo, but do you really need to fly from Riyadh to Jeddah on a 7500? The answer is no. And that's exactly the Vista advantage, where you choose the airplane right for your trip. And, Challenger 350 is perfectly fine for a shorter hop, and the ultra long range can be covered. So if you subscribe to our Vista program, you dedicate for a specific flight the airplane which is best for you. And that's incredibly efficient. And also from a cost point of view, much less expensive than owning a full aircraft. And you have the subscription 365 days a year. We all know aircraft are not available 365 days a year. Maybe they're available 310 days. And those are the efficiency drivers I think the kingdom is looking for. And we're bringing exactly that efficiency to the country.
Right, so you're basically saying companies have got the choice of not just having one plane, but having a whole fleet of planes for short haul, medium haul, long haul flights, or having a subscription with an operator like you. So I think you've done a good sell on that one. What are the main reasons people give you for flying private?
Well, look, I mean, it is certainly the efficiency, the time efficiency of whether it is, a business leader, whether it is, maybe it's a country leadership, it is executives, ambassadors, what have you. It is really that efficiency to get point to point in the shortest way possible, avoiding big airports, avoiding big queues, avoiding to change aircraft, or if you're flying in a more remote location. If you look at the privacy element of it, when you fly Vista, you're flying, yes, on a silver aircraft with a red stripe, but if you own an airplane, then it's a registered tail, and today that's very visible. Who is flying from where to where on the global radar side. So privacy is a big driver for our business. Efficiency is time. Gaining time is a big driver for flying private, because business leaders, political leaders, they have one thing all in common, and this is they're short of time because they need to spend that extra time either with their employees or driving opportunities forward or exploring maybe new investment opportunities somewhere on the globe. And at the end, let's also not forget, we all have families and families to spend time with. And that is really where business jets are driving that efficiency of time savings into people's schedules. And on a point-to-point basis into the remotest locations.
Okay, so really it's efficiency, it's time saving and privacy that sort of seem to be the key drivers there. When it comes to this market, and just sort of more broadly talking about the region, the Middle East, any numbers to share with us, any trends you've identified, any changes you're seeing in the private jet market here?
Well, the Middle East is booming, and we see significant growth. So the market share the Middle East is taking over the global market share sees a significant uptick in demand. Obviously, our global 7500 fleet that we have, 18 of those aircraft, is very much suited extremely well for the Middle East because basically this aircraft can take you nonstop to pretty much any point on the planet. And where the Middle East is geographically, that's very, very helpful. So we see business leaders from any region coming into any continent coming into the Middle East and flying back, very often on very short trips. They're always stressed for time. And that's where the flying offices, we call it, with the highest speed internet available, et cetera, allows them to be so efficient, conduct their business, and come back rested, given the sleep experience, the low cabin pressure that we have in our aircraft, et cetera, and the service where they can be most efficient with their business conduct.
Any possible IPO or possible Saudi investment, for example, into VistaJet?
Well, look, we're a private company, as you know. I still own the company about 85%. We've just recently done capital market transactions earlier this year between equity and some amazing debt financing of about $1.3 billion. So at this point in time, we're very happy with the capital structure that we have. So right now, no plans.
Okay, and just lastly, one person described private jets as Ubers for billionaires. What do you say to that?
I don't think so. I don't think this is a measurement of wealth. Is it more expensive than flying commercial? In most cases, yes. But if you take 10 business leaders from Saudi to New York, it might be equal or even less expensive if they fly first class versus on a Vista airplane. I think, again, I come back to, corporations have to be efficient. They have to be efficient with the time of their leaders, and they take very prudent business decisions. And that's really where the private jet market fits into. There are more than 25,000 corporate jets in the world. And for that very purpose of creating corporate and family offices and government's efficiencies, and that's exactly where we're serving. And as you know, we have the largest global infrastructure on every single continent, and we feel it's still the beginning. There's so much more of market share to take with our business model, and we're obviously super excited that we're working in such close collaboration with Saudi Arabia to now bring these services to this wonderful country.
Okay, well, many congratulations again for being the first private jet operator to be allowed to fly point-to-point domestically within Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Thomas Flohr, the founder and chairman of VistaJet. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, I'm here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, this announcement that's been made, VistaJet to be allowed to fly within Saudi Arabia on domestic routes, first private jet operator to be allowed to do that. Why is that significant, do you think?
Well, Tom, I mean, it's very exciting news for VistaJet, I'm sure, and also the counterparts in Saudi Arabia. But this is much further beyond. This goes much further beyond than simply a slight regulatory change or one private jet operator coming into the region. See, what does the private jet industry mean for a region, right? At the moment, around 3/4 of the private jets owned by Saudis are actually sitting overseas, right? And if you think about, I mean, I don't know if you've ever owned a jet, Tom, but if you are familiar with the cost of maintaining a jet, it can be several $1 million a year for a Gulfstream or a Global that our guest was just speaking about. Now, this economic output or input is sitting external to Saudi Arabia as it stands. And part of the aviation and civil authorities aviation strategy, one of the goals is to bring up to 90% of that ownership back into Saudi Arabia. So if we just extrapolate that and we think about, without getting into all of the finer studies and numbers, currently 3/4 of that output or economic development is sitting outside, and they want to turn that into 90% internally. There is a MRO industry to build around that. There is a range of services and solutions to build around that kind of industry. And this is really the Saudi way. Build a spine for the industry, and then wrap the value chain around it. And we've talked about many different sectors, Tom, and we've seen this from, in sports to AI to energy. This is really, you could, if you look closely enough, you can see this is a pattern and a very effective one at that. And that's the significance of VistaJet here. It's an opportunity for the market to develop. It's VistaJet today. Who will it be tomorrow? And when that market starts to develop, now VistaJet, to the best of my knowledge, owns a lot of its aircraft, but there are many private jet operators out there which will operate and manage the aircraft that are standing idle, that are owned by people. Now, if you connect the dots there, we bring 90% of the jets back home, and you start to see more of the service providers actually operate out of Kingdom, and we begin seeing the industries develop around that in Kingdom. The possibilities are endless. This is really, this is a case of sovereignty in the skies, moving away from, all of the consumer-like behaviors that we see.
Yeah, as I said in the introduction, one of the goals here is to make the market more competitive. I'm also just wondering to myself, whilst talking to you, what sort of a market size are we talking about here? Because in population terms, Saudi Arabia is one of the larger countries in the region, isn't it?
Of course, it's one of the larger countries, but we have to remember that when we're talking aviation, we're speaking really about a global audience, right? And the Aviation and Civil Authority has, within its aviation strategy, ambitions to grow the number of passengers handled by almost twofold, up to 330 million by 2030. Now, aviation is going to be serving tourism, business, enterprise. We have a significantly sizable pool of international executives and talent coming through the region. It's the perfect conditions for mass development of an industry. Now, in terms of competition, so, VistaJet is the first operator privately to be operating in the region under these regulations, but I imagine there is much more to come. Now, if we take into consideration, as I mentioned earlier, there's 3/4 of the jets sitting outside. There is a rapidly growing base of local wealth holders and business operators, and of course, public ministerial travel. But then you have the world that's now attending events, that's attending business events. The FII conference is coming up next month, which year on year has seen the world's leaders pass through. You have the FIFA World Cup up ahead. You have the many sporting events coming through the next couple of years. Riyadh Expo in 2030. The market is quite sizable, and I think that what we're seeing here with VistaJet is simply the first block of an enormous white space.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you very shortly. Let's take a quick look at some of the other stories we're following for you from the week. The Saudi utility giant ACWA Power has announced that commercial operations have begun at 3 solar power plants in Saudi Arabia. The company says these plants together have a combined capacity of 2.79 gigawatts. And this aligns neatly with the kingdom's goal of generating clean energy primarily through solar power. Riyadh Air, which takes to the skies later on this year, is offering further glimpses of the sort of Saudi hospitality that passengers can expect. The airline has signed partnership agreements with Milaf Global Food Company and the Saudi Coffee Company, meaning that premium coffee and dates will be offered in flight. While further showcasing the kingdom's heritage, Milaf Cola, which is made from dates, will also be served on flights. And in the context of record visitor numbers to the kingdom, the third edition of the Hotel Supply and Hospitality Expo has just wrapped up in Jeddah. That three-day event featured 250 exhibitors representing brands from 35 countries across the hotel and hospitality industry. In other news, Lenovo Group has announced that it's going to be setting up its regional headquarters in Saudi Arabia. This as the Chinese PC maker seeks to boost its presence in the Middle East. Well, that announcement forms part of Lenovo's strategic collaboration with the PIF-owned company Alat. Well, Lenovo says the move highlights its long-term commitment to supporting Vision 2030 and playing a part in advancing the kingdom's digital transformation and economic diversification agenda. Well, let's get more on that with Ali, the Chief Investment Officer of Hytham & Company, who's still standing by for us. Ali, thanks for standing by. Just wondered what you read into this announcement by Lenovo.
Well, Tom, earlier this year, the Lenovo factory was broken ground on back in February around the time of the LEAP conference. And see, building a factory in region is the signal that there is a real interest to build a sizable presence in the region. But you know, establishing your regional headquarters in a new region, that is signaling intent of something much greater. You know, that means that they are here in a serious way. Now, that's great for Lenovo and great for Lenovo's partners in region and the market potential that they can capture. But this has, much broader implications. I mean, we've spoken on many occasions about various sectors, and the question that very consistently tends to pop up is around the availability of talent and knowledge and innovation and capability. And when organizations like this start to signal that this is a region that we believe in so seriously that we will not only establish a factory, put thousands of people on the ground, train Saudi nationals, but also bring the world's best executives and talent into region to mentor them and to collaborate with the national entities, with the private sector, and be here in a meaningful way for what seems like an indefinite period. You can imagine, this is an enormous signal, not only to the region, but to the world. If we take this back to, let's look at some parallels, right? The likes of South Korea, nearly half of their GDP stems from the ICT and industrial sectors, and the household names we've come to know, Hyundai, Samsung, LG. Draw the parallels. If you were to establish a market which spawns sectors like this within the space of a few short years, that's quite something. And it's quite something not just for the region, but a major signal to the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you again very shortly. Now, Alula is a historic oasis city about 1,000 kilometers northwest of Riyadh. Well, the city is important for various reasons: archaeology, heritage, and increasingly tourism. Well, one of the modern aspects of Alula is the Maraya Concert Hall, which is the largest mirrored building in the whole world. Well, with the edge now coming off the heat of summer, tourists are making a return to Alula in the months ahead. So what can visitors expect? What's being done to attract more visitors? And what will be some of the highlights of the upcoming tourist season? Well, to help us answer those questions, we can cross to Riyadh and speak to Melanie D'Souza, who is the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Alula. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Melanie. When does the tourist season really take off there in Alula?
Well, Tom, we're really about building a year-round destination. You're absolutely right in saying that the peak season is rapidly approaching, but we've had great success in flattening our seasonality. And, the destination itself is premised on heritage of global significance, as you've rightly called it. But against these stunning landscapes, we have so much play out, from adventure to wellness, to anything that is any experience that could be done in the outdoors. And what we've curated now is a fabulous calendar of events under the banner of Alula Moments, with 5 festivals. So commencing straight off in September, we have Azimuth, which will be an outdoor concert in Thanaya, a beautiful venue, up to 2,000 people, and a fabulous lineup of artists curated by Middle Beast. Then we go into festival season with, first off, wellness, which this year will have a increasing fitness and agenda for people seeking, everything from marathons to cycling and swimming, followed very quickly by Ancient Kingdoms, which is very much about our heritage taking center stage, but heritage sites that you can experience with a real difference, like Hegra After Dark, which this year won the Middle East Event Award for Best Arts and Cultural Event. Then we go into Winter at Tantora, which of course was our very first event when we opened our doors roughly 6 years ago. And of course, followed very much then by arts, where we have a very bold ambition, subject to confirmation still, but we're expecting the resumption of Desert X in partnership with Coachella. And of course, that is a forerunner to Wadi Al Fan, which is still a few years away, but which is our bold ambition for art in the landscape.
Okay, so lots of things in the calendar by the sounds of things. I mean, you've hinted at this as a slightly seasonal destination, depending on people's tolerance thresholds, perhaps, for the heat. But I mean, is there a best time to visit Alula?
Well, we talk about October to May being very much a lovely part of the year. But I'll give you an example. A couple of weekends ago, mid-August, we ran Desert Blaze. And not for the faint-hearted, I must admit, but 500 runners out enduring the heat and coming in with record times. So I think with Ramadan as well, increasingly encroaching into what would be peak period, our job is how do we curate itineraries and put on events that are going to be targeted to specific audiences in specific countries. And remembering that the early mornings and the late evenings can be curated for outdoor, whereas during the midday heat, it's about indoor experiences.
Okay, so during the really hot months of the year, I mean, is it a struggle for businesses to stay afloat? So do you see, I'm assuming you see an appreciable downturn, do you, in the sorts of numbers coming through?
We definitely have a trend line that indicates that we have work to do to flatten seasonality, but let me give you some numbers. Year to date from January to July, which includes quite a few of those hot months, a 7% increase in airline passengers, a 17% increase in occupied room nights. And if I compare Ramadan, typically an off-season period, this year and last, an 86% growth in room nights, because we've really worked with our tourism ecosystem to put on a value-based offering and to really have programming that is appropriate for that special time of the year.
Okay, so it sounds like a really positive evolution overall in terms of sort of the trajectory of visitor numbers for Alula.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the ambition to hit the 1 million magic target by 2030, but really at our heart is building out a destination that is being curated very sensitively with sustainability core to its ethos. And this is only ever about experiences that are going to be personalized and curated. We're never looking at expanding our target slots at our heritage sites any more than what we think is appropriate. So this is a counter proposition, if you like, to some of the mass tourism destinations that are on offer worldwide.
Okay, I mean, in terms of infrastructure there in Alula, while you were talking earlier, we were looking at some of the beautiful scenes of Alula, that famous pool that's built into the existing terrain of the natural terrain of Alula. I mean, clearly there's a lot on offer at the high end of the market, but is there accommodation, would you say, for every budget?
Well, if I look at our hotel stock, even outside accredited room inventory, there's so much accommodation bookable through the likes of Gathering and Airbnb. Beautiful farmhouses, for example, that are making the designer pages of magazines around the world. So yes, there is accommodation at various price points. And, for us, the luxury is about the way we're going about the experience delivery. We want our very proud locals in the Alula community of ours to be at the forefront of every experience. We believe that apart from the built environment, what is really the takeout and the standard takeout for Saudi and indeed Alula as a relatively new destination is the warmth and hospitality of the locals. And this is something that we hear repeatedly in terms of customer feedback. But if I think about what we're building, both in the space of arts, the arts and cultural agenda, but also more broadly in terms of the hotel environment and the approach to infrastructure in the context of airport capacity, we're certainly looking to be able to grow in line with our targets, which are moderate.
Okay, just lastly, I mean, we are a business program here on Arabiya English. Any numbers you can share with us in terms of what this increase in tourists, what the total number of tourists represents in terms of revenue for Alula?
Well, we had 286,000 tourists last year. We've got a target of 310,000 this year, average lengths of stay of over 3.5 days, and a pretty good average spend. And for us, this is, as you rightly say, it's about revenue and expenditure, but we're never going to be chasing mass millions in terms of numbers. It is very much about a tourism experience and a destination that is premised on responsible tourism and sustainability at its core.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. You're really making me want to visit Alula. Melanie De Souza, the Executive Director, Destination Marketing at Alula. Thank you very much for your time. Well, I'm still here with Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, I don't know, have you been to Alula?
I've not had the opportunity to visit Alula, Tom, unfortunately, but I hope to do so very soon.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I haven't been either, but looking at those pictures, I think I'm going to be changing that very soon. I mean, just lastly, really, to wrap up the segment on Alula, I mean, it's just one of many, isn't it? Tourist destinations, tourism projects, and all of that ties in very neatly with Vision 2030. Just remind us how it does that.
So, look, I have to describe Alula as a truly unique site. Every one of the projects that's under development is unique in its own right, but Alula, little known facts, is nearly 200,000 years old. There is evidence of tool making, for example, in the Alula sites, particularly the Hadra site, where archaeological evidence shows tools up to 200,000 years old. So it's a bridge between humanity's past and humanity's future. Now, to give you context around that, it's believed that nearly 97% of all recorded human history, so 97% of all documented human history, actually took place in the last 5,000 years. So we're talking about a site that has history up to 200,000 years old. And the way it's being developed, there's 5 sort of regions really staging you through a journey to explore each one of those phases. So it's quite fascinating from that perspective. I mean, there's a lot of very interesting activations happening. There's been a number of musical events and shows and concerts, and there's a huge pipeline of hospitality projects underway. I mean, this is really a 15-year development that's going to take place. So naturally, it will bring a lot of commerce and opportunity within the tourism industry. But I think, aside from all of that, it really is a very fascinating place, and how amazing to be able to really be the bridge between that past and future and offer an experience whilst building an entire industry and sector around it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. And finally, the Assir region in southern Saudi Arabia is in parts around 2,000 meters above sea level, making it ideal in the hot summer months because it has cooler temperatures. Well, an annual summer festival, the Assir season, has just wrapped up there. And one of the more unexpected attractions this year was a Wild West cowboy-themed town. Well, complete with all the right clothing, as you can see there, some cowboy hats, boots and fringed jackets. The event was a big hit, with plenty of activities drawing people from far and wide. And organisers say it exemplifies the kingdom's push to diversify tourist offerings.
I will be honest with you. We are Arabs and the sons of this country. We are proud Saudis who cherish our identity, our Arab roots, our culture, and even our Bedouin heritage. We don't deny this identity. It runs in our blood. But the purpose of creating this theme was to showcase Saudi tourism to the furthest reach possible.
Okay, well, it's something we don't often see there, people wearing cowboy outfits in Saudi Arabia. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company, is still standing by for us. Ali, I mean, that's a different kind of tourist offering, as we just heard there. And we've talked about this quite a bit before, haven't we, how Saudi Arabia is welcoming record numbers of tourists. I think there are 116 million domestic and international visitors in 2024, up around 6% on the previous year. I mean, let's not underestimate this. I mean, tourism is a key revenue stream for Saudi Arabia now. And it seems there are, there's an ever-growing number of different offerings as well.
Of course, I mean, we have spoken about this on a number of occasions in different capacities, but tourism is an interesting sector, right? I mean, in itself, it is an enormous economic driver because it, of course, brings people into certain landmark sites and regions of the nation or any host nation, but most importantly, it really funnels attention into SMEs, the backbone of any developing nation. It brings cultures together. It brings social cohesion. There are so many flow-on effects, and Saudi Arabia has been very, very clear on the appetite to open up to the world and to attract the world and to bring novel and new experiences to light, and I think this is yet another example of that.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company. Really appreciate your inputs, as ever. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, stay tuned if you can.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as the city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. I'm disappointed in President Putin is how the US leader described his mood during his trip to Scotland, where he added that he was reducing the deadline for the Russian president to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. 10 to 12 days is the window Donald Trump offered, replacing the original 50-day deadline due to be reached in early September. The consequences of the Kremlin failing to do so would be massive secondary tariffs on Moscow's trade partners. Well, this turnaround in attitude towards Russia comes 5 months after the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, was very publicly berated during a meeting with Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the White House, when it seemed to many that Vladimir Putin was the favored party in the conflict that's now into its fourth year. Well, to pick apart some of the changing issues in the war, I spoke with veteran journalist Christian Karl, a columnist with Foreign Policy magazine who closely follows the conflict. Christian, thanks for making the time to discuss this issue, especially as it's quite topical. Donald Trump has now changed the deadline for Vladimir Putin to come up with a solution, a ceasefire. He said 10 to 12 days. Originally, it was going to be in September. What do you realistically expect to happen in 10 to 12 days?
I'm not sure I know what I expect to happen because Donald Trump is such a moving target. You know, he never really comes down decisively on the side of a particular option, or at least quite often does not come down on the side of a particular option. So I'm hoping that at the end of 10 to 12 days, we will see a very decisive statement imposing sanctions on Russia, but more importantly, secondary sanctions on China and India and the countries that have been buying Russian oil and gas since the start of the war, because that's what we really need. Sanctions against Russia are not very important. The United States does not have a lot of bilateral trade with the Russian Federation. It's just not a big target. The big target is those third countries which have been continuing to buy Russian energy. They're the ones we really need to crack down on.
Basically, when it comes down to Donald Trump changing his mind on and off, this doesn't mean that it's a fixed target anyway, does it?
I don't think it does. I mean, consider the fact he started off with a 50-day target. A lot of us were very skeptical. A lot of commentators, I think, were very skeptical about that. I certainly was. We've seen again and again and again that his deadlines and ultimatums are actually sort of sliding targets. You know, there's this phrase going around Washington that Trump is maybe, you know, always chickens out. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but he's certainly very fluid about the goals that he sets. I think he's always trying to leave himself space to declare victory, right? He likes to set up complicated situations, and then when there's some progress in his favor, he can make a big statement. He's very, very good at proclaiming his own successes. He's a real master at that. So I think what he often does is he sets up a complicated time frame or a complicated target or a target he knows is unrealistically high, and then when he achieves part of it, he claims a great victory. And he may very well do that in this case, too. But the main thing, again, is that we see serious sanctions against the people who have been supporting the Russian economy by buying its energy.
Do you think, Christian, that Vladimir Putin will take Donald Trump's pressure, his deadlines seriously?
I actually don't think that Vladimir Putin is taking Trump's deadline seriously. For one thing, he knows that the direct threat of tariffs on the Russian economy is not going to hurt him very much. He's not concerned about that. For another, I think he doesn't believe that it's going to be possible to crack down on this secondary market and the trading of Russian energy resources by people who are essentially evading sanctions. I don't think he believes that China and India will stop buying Russian energy and that Trump will punish them for it. He knows perfectly well that Trump has other agendas in play. Trump has a great relationship with Narendra Modi and wants to preserve his good relations with India. He has an entirely separate agenda of things that he wants to accomplish with China. So I think I'm really not holding my breath to see Trump impose these draconian sanctions on countries that are buying Russian oil and gas. I just don't believe it. I would be very happy to be proven wrong, because that would be a huge help to Ukraine to crack down on this trade in Russian energy. But I just don't believe it's happening. And another reason why I don't believe it's happening is because there's a very, very tough and expansive package of sanctions now moving its way through the Senate, sponsored by some very powerful senators, that would impose huge sanctions on these countries, third countries that are buying Russian oil. And Trump has not said a single word about whether he approves of that legislation or doesn't. We suspect that he isn't keen to sign off on that legislation because he doesn't want to give any of his power away to Congress. He's been very consistent in trying to prevent Congress from usurping what he sees as his powers to sanction countries or impose tariffs. But those sanctions that are currently making their way through the Senate are really quite draconian, and with the full power of the Congress behind them, they might actually get implemented and do something. But just leaving it all up to Trump, I think, is not really a very safe bet.
Now, critics might say he tends to think in a very linear way,
yes,
whereas the relationships are far more of a web. So, if he's going to punish China and India for buying Russian oil, it tangles up all the other relationships. There's the tariffs issue, there's the, apart from trade, there's the politics, the diplomacy. So is it possible to get anything done in a linear way in such a multi-connected world?
Well, I think that's a great point, Riz. I think the answer is no. Also, one reason why I'm also very skeptical about precisely that thing is that he doesn't seem to have a clear strategy. He seems very situational. It's sort of, a month ago, Putin was doing exactly the same stuff, but Trump didn't seem, or 2 months ago, 5 months ago, Putin was doing exactly the same things he's doing now. If anything, he's intensified his attacks on Ukraine, but he was essentially doing the same things then that he's doing now. Trump was fine with it. So now he's decided he's skeptical about Putin. And to be honest, I don't really understand why, because Putin's the same guy. He's pursuing the same strategy. He's never shown for a second that he wants to end the war. That's the bottom line. Putin started this war. Ukraine didn't start it. Putin started it. Very personally Putin, yes, and Russia. So why would Putin stop it? I haven't heard the strategic calculation from Trump. He just seemed to assume that Putin wanted to have a ceasefire to stop the war. Why? Why would he do that? It's his war. He started it. The only way he'll stop it is if somebody puts really, really hard pressure on him and makes him squeak. If you don't do that, nothing's going to happen. He doesn't want to end the war.
I'm going to get back to this in a second, but let me kind of march back through some of the history that certainly the critics bring up, and that is that Russia was promised NATO would not take even an inch step, going east. So those who support Vladimir Putin say, well, look, and Russia, say that basically Russia's been cheated, if you like, by the Western allies in their expansion into the former Soviet territory, and that this is the justification to a large degree. How do you, when you hear those kind of comments, how do you regard that? That there is some justification on the part of Putin, perhaps?
Well, first of all, we don't have to litigate the whole thing now, but the idea that the West promised it would not expand NATO and then broke its promise is a little complicated. One principle that NATO has always made very clear is that countries can apply to join, right? That's their free choice. And the people who ran NATO and the president of the various presidents of the United States never said, Poland or the Czech Republic can never apply to join NATO. They never said that. The idea that the West made a promise it wouldn't expand NATO is, I think, actually not quite right. There were specific promises made about not stationing Soviet troops in East Germany after the unification of Germany that were then kind of taken by some of the Russians in a more general way. But let's assume that Russia feels threatened by NATO. If Russia feels threatened by NATO, why, for example, then is Russia trying to simply take over all of Ukraine, destroy Ukrainian cultural institutions, bomb Ukrainian publishing houses and libraries, bomb Ukrainian churches with, precision-guided weapons in many cases? Why is it also staging a war on Ukrainian culture? And why does Putin persistently deny the existence of Ukraine as a nation?
So what you're saying is that the action of Russia against Ukraine is not commensurate with the idea of this broken promise.
Yeah. They seem to have a whole raft of other things they want to do in Ukraine, including denouncing, the whole country's leadership, which is led by a Jewish person, President Zelenskyy, as neo-Nazi, right? There seems to be a whole range of other cultural objectives here, which have to do with the fact that Putin is a Russian imperialist, and he's never been able to imagine a Russia without Ukraine, or at least a big chunk of Ukraine in it, right?
Isn't that the mistake a lot of people make, saying he wants to bring back the Soviet Union when it's actually more about the whole idea of being a czar?
Yeah, I think that's correct. It's more about an imperial Russia. You know, someone once said that Russia without Ukraine is not really an empire, right? And I think that's probably true. Ukraine is a democracy. It has a lot of problems. It could hardly be otherwise. You know, it left the Soviet Union 35 years ago. But it is a democracy. Zelenskyy is a genuinely elected leader, which you can't say about Putin. So what you have right there on Russia's border is a big, strong, relatively wealthy and powerful country with a very vibrant democracy. When people don't like something in Ukraine, they take to the streets, they demonstrate, they demand better of their leaders. They don't just shut up and put up with it.
They even elected a comedian.
Which is pretty brilliant, actually. I see Zelenskyy as kind of a Ronald Reagan figure, you know, somebody who started off in show business and understood some of those skills transfer very well to politics. I mean, you could say that about Trump as well. But one thing that's very clear is that Putin does not see Ukraine as an independent nation. He doesn't see Ukraine as a nation that deserves to have its own destiny. He sees it as a vassal state, a state that belongs to him, essentially. And one of the reasons why it's such a huge threat to him is precisely because it's a democracy. You can't have a big, strong country with a bunch of Russian-speaking people in it acting like citizens of a democracy right on the border with Russia. That's the last thing Putin wants, right?
Like a viral spread into Russia.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get back to Ukraine because I know you were there last year. But let's get back to this issue between, you know, the relationship between Trump and Putin for a minute. And I interjected just to get some historical perspective. But what do you think the actual relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is like?
Well, that's a great question. You know, I haven't been in the room. In some of their meetings, they even excluded note takers and, you know, the famous meeting in Helsinki where it was just Putin and Trump and their interpreters in the room. So, you know, it's a little hard to say. I mean, they purposely tried to obfuscate that a little bit. But I think one thing that's very clear is that Trump does admire Putin's style of leadership. You know, I don't know that there was, you know, that Putin has compromising material on Trump from, you know, old Soviet days or post-Soviet days. I don't know. And to be honest, it's kind of irrelevant. We see what we see, which is a very clear pattern since Trump came to the presidency in 2016 of flattery and adulation of Putin, right? And, you know, most famously, again, in that meeting in Helsinki where Trump disavowed his own intelligence agencies, the assessment of his own intelligence agencies, and said, I trust this guy more than I trust the people in my own government. That's I'm still trying to get over that moment, right? That was one of the most extraordinary moments in recent American history. People seem to have mostly forgotten it. So it isn't about whether Putin's got something on him. That's simplistic. We've seen a very clear pattern of Trump admiring Putin. I think it's simply because he admires Putin's style. He admires the style of leadership. He wants to be a leader like that. I think that's a pretty modest hypothesis. I mean, everything fits that pattern.
Well, another extraordinary moment, Christian, was when Volodymyr Zelenskyy turns up at the White House and suddenly gets a real earful from both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. What went through your head when you saw what was going on there?
Well, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I saw that meeting.
Were you expecting anything like that?
I was really not expecting anything like that. The degree of contempt, open contempt that Vance and Trump were displaying towards Zelenskyy was quite astonishing. You could see it in Zelenskyy's face. He wandered into an ambush and didn't realize that's what was happening. He thought he was being received as a fellow head of state, you know, which under normal conditions should be a pretty basic assumption. And he wandered into an ambush and he was completely, you know, I think he was also flabbergasted. It was really a shameful moment for the United States and for American diplomacy. Ukrainians certainly have not forgotten it, right?
It rallied the Europeans against Russia a bit more, though, didn't it?
It did, absolutely. I think you're quite right about that. It was a huge wake-up call for the Europeans, and I think they have not forgotten it either. They've tried to put a good face on things. I think they've done a good job of trying to work with Trump as we've seen from some recent reporting, they've been working flat out behind the scenes to repair that break between Trump and Zelenskyy, and they seem to have had a lot of success. It's been really quite a remarkable turnaround since then, but I don't entirely trust it, and I don't think the Ukrainians do either. Trump has said Putin's been doing some bad things lately. I don't like them. He's been sending missiles into Ukrainian cities. Well, where was he for the previous 3 years? It's like the rest of the war didn't happen. When the Russians have been perpetrating atrocities in Ukraine for almost 4 years now. I mean, it's going on. It's going to be 4 years pretty soon. So somehow that didn't elicit Trump's sympathy or indignation. It's kind of extraordinary. So one wonders how much substance there is to this recent shift, as many are calling it. I'm inclined to be a little skeptical. I still think that everything Trump has done shows that his instinctive sympathies go to authoritarian leaders. And Putin is somehow the embodiment of the values that he really wants to emulate. There is also the issue, if I may, Riz,
Please.
if I may,
Yeah.
of Trump apparently has this idea that he can woo the Russians, bring them over to our side, and create a common front against the Chinese. Some people call this the reverse Nixon. Nixon famously forged an alliance with Mao Zedong and Communist China to marginalize the Soviet Union. But I don't think you can do a reverse Nixon. I don't think Trump is the man to pull it off. I don't think it can be done. Russia and China are joined at the hip now, right? They are so close on so many levels, strategically, economically, mentally. They both decry the decadent West. You can't just, what is Trump going to offer them? Again, we have almost no trade with the Chinese. We might build up our trade a little bit, but we're the greatest energy exporter in the world. Russia is one of the other great energy exporters in the world. How do we synergize that? Actually, we're innate competitors economically. So I just don't see how that works.
So if Donald Trump admires Vladimir Putin and kind of likes the idea of emulating such a strong leader, is there any room for right or wrong with what's going on? Or is it just ego-driven?
What do you mean?
Well, if Donald Trump is big concern, or I guess the issue that he favors is that this is a strong leader. He likes that. He wants to emulate that kind of leadership. The issue of all the deaths, all the destruction stuff seems to kind of then be pushed to one side.
I think it is pushed to one side. I think Trump has shown very clearly he's a power politician. He doesn't have a very strong record on defense of human rights. He doesn't seem very concerned about those things unless there are other reasons to be concerned about them. Putin has been violating the human rights of Russians for going on 25 years now. He's launched this absolutely superfluous, gratuitous war in Ukraine, completely a war of choice. It was not forced upon him by anyone. And again, as I said earlier, Trump never seems to have been particularly disturbed by that. Trump doesn't, feels threatened by China. He wants to contain China. But during his first term in office, he was strikingly silent about Chinese human rights violations. He could have used that as a very powerful cudgel against the Chinese, and they did pass some good, human rights legislation addressing the problem of minorities in China during his first term, but he barely said a word about it. He doesn't really seem fundamentally concerned about human rights. I don't think he trusts rhetoric about human rights. He, again, is a power politician. He believes in realpolitik. He believes in strong leaders. I think when you really pin him down on it, he'll say, all that talk of human rights is kind of fluffy nonsense. Yeah, I don't want to see people killed in Ukraine. I don't want to see babies starving in Gaza. But,
All this time, as you say, nearly 4 years, the level of death and destruction has been pretty severe. Eyes shifted off Ukraine, Russia because of Gaza becoming so desperate. and the news cycle is fickle, as you know.
Yeah.
But the level of destruction is pretty great. Now, you're a Russian speaker, fluent Russian speaker. You were in Ukraine last year.
Yeah.
Around what, September, October?
September and October, yeah, 8 weeks.
What did you see there, Christian?
What I saw was very inspiring. I saw a nation of citizens, right? Not subjects, not people obeying a king or a dictator, a nation of citizens, people taking initiative, fighting for their own rights as citizens of a sovereign state. What you see here, you see a huge level of volunteerism, you see a huge level of civic activism, and above all, this incredible creativity, right, that people have shown in pursuing this war. When the Russians invaded, the Ukrainian military was caught off guard. You might remember that we gave lots of warnings, and Zelenskyy didn't necessarily take them that seriously. And so the Russians made a lot of progress in the initial hours of the invasion. And then what happened? Citizens grabbed guns and went out to the streets to defend their country. That is actually what happened. So, you know, I went in October to Kharkiv, which is a city about 40 miles from Russia, and I met members of this brigade that's defending the city. And the people who are in that brigade are, you know, PR executives, a poet, famous Ukrainian poet, lawyers, IT specialists who are part of this unit. They were not soldiers before the start of the invasion, and now they're fighting for their country, and they're devising all kinds of extraordinary creative strategies and gadgets and techniques to thwart what the Russians are doing. It's very inspiring. It's heartbreaking, too, of course, because the level of destruction is insane, but it is inspiring.
Were you expecting the level of resilience from Ukrainians and the fact they've been able to hold out so long?
I think it's one thing when you hear about it and you see the news. It's another thing when you see it in front of you, right? Just the spirit is incredible, right? Like people, you know, they don't want to give up what they have. You know, they've put a lot of work into this country since 1991, and they really don't want to give up their achievements, a lot of very hard-won achievements, you know, building up democratic institutions. And as I said, it's still very much a work in progress. But that's what people think they're defending, okay? They're defending these achievements that they have largely won through their own hard work and pluck.
What were the stories, while you were there, what were the stories that surprised you, Christian?
You know, that's a great question. I don't know. I found so much that was surprising. I was giving lectures at the Kiev School of Economics, which is a fantastic, big shout out to the Kiev School of Economics. It's a fantastic, relatively young educational institution and enjoys a lot of support from the EU and various donors. You go in, you might think you were in Finland or something. You know, it's this beautiful modern building. And you know, I was giving lectures on various topics. Then every now and then we'd have an air raid siren. And then the whole class would go downstairs to the air raid shelter, and I would continue my lecture. You know, it's that kind of, you know, they weren't going to let the war stop their education. That would be a defeat. And it's that kind of resilience. I think that's a wonderful word that you picked up there that is very characteristic.
What level of destruction did you witness, both in terms of infrastructure and in terms of society? Because sometimes we hear about, you know, people still go out, they meet in coffee shops, that life goes on. Again, it depends on where and, you know, where in the country and what's being attacked. But that again, resilience must take a bit of a hammering.
Look, I think it's an entire country. You can be deceived because, yes, those cafes are open and those restaurants are open and they're full and people are going out. But it is quite deceptive. There was a poll taken not too long ago. I can't remember the exact number, but basically it was something like 75% of Ukrainians said they had a loved one or a friend who had been killed in the war. So it's basically an entire society suffering from some degree of post-traumatic stress disorder. They cover it up pretty well. They're determined to go on fighting. But there's a reason why, you know, millions and millions and millions of people have left. They're afraid, right? Kharkiv was a city, you don't wander around. Kiev is not a bombed out city, right? It's not like the East End during the Blitz. You can wander around Kiev for hours and never see destruction, never, forget the fact, never remember the fact that you're in a country at war. But if you go to Kharkiv, there are whole areas that have been blasted into rubble. When I was there a few weeks earlier, a young artist, the people very well known in the local community, had been just walking through a public park with a friend, and a shell came down and blew them to smithereens. And you experience that very directly in a place like Kharkiv. It's still a beautiful city. It's still surviving. Again, there's some restaurants open and people are going about their normal lives, but there you really feel it. And by the way, talk about resilience. I was driving through Kiev one day with my friend, and we passed through an intersection right in the middle of Kiev, and he said, by the way, in the opening days of the war, the Russians hit this intersection with a ballistic missile. It went right in there, and there was a gigantic crater, I think he said 10 or 15 feet deep. And, absolutely devastating attack. And by the next morning, they had filled up the hole. They just were determined not to let this dominate their lives. They were going to fill in the hole. And I think that's a pretty good metaphor of the whole situation. I mean, there is no possible reason why Ukraine should still exist. Putin has thrown everything he has at that country. If you had told me in January 2022 that, Ukraine was still going to be around 4 months after Putin launched an all-out invasion, I would have laughed at you. And here they are.
Well, almost 4 years in, what sort of impact do you think this will have on the generations, the younger generations, when it comes to how they will regard Russia, the ones who are non-Russian Ukrainians or of Russian origin? How do you think this is going to play out in the long term when it comes to the relationship between Ukrainians and Russians?
Well, look, Ukrainians were already, all the polls showed, very pro-European and pro-Western before this phase of the war started. I mean, we have to remember the war really started in 2014, so it's been going on a long time. So I think that pro-Western orientation will only increase. The ties between Ukraine and Western Europe will only increase because of the millions of Ukrainians who have migrated to every country in Europe and are living there now. That's merely going to strengthen this bond. And I think we've seen in the course of the past 3.5 years how disgusted the majority of Ukrainians have become by what the Russians are doing.
What about the Russian Ukrainians? Well, I mean those of Russian origin.
Well, there are Russian-speaking.
Okay.
Russian-speaking, I think, is a good word.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, ethnically, because of the way the Soviet Union mixed up people.
Yes.
I presume quite a few who are ethnically Russian in the sense of from that.
Sure.
They would have been mixed.
Yeah, that's a very mixed picture. Some of them sided with Putin, felt they were being, that they were being infringed upon somehow by the Ukrainian government. Okay, I get it. There are some people from Eastern Ukraine who have sided with Russia, unquestionably. There are a lot of Russian-speaking Ukrainians who are completely on Zelensky's side. Kiev, before this invasion, was a Russian-speaking city, largely. There are parts of Ukraine where they speak Ukrainian, have always spoken, majority has already spoke to Ukrainian, always spoken Ukrainian. But Kiev was very much a Russian-speaking city. And when I took trips with taxi drivers, we would speak Russian. Nobody had any problem with that. But, this sense of disgust is very palpable. And even in Kiev now, you hear people making an effort to speak Ukrainian and not to use Russian as a reaction. And, even after 2014, you could still, opinion polls showed when Russia first invaded Ukraine, 2014, and seized Crimea, opinion polls were still, up until that point, opinion polls, 2013, were still showing that most Ukrainians had a fairly favorable view of Russians. Okay? Ukrainians were not anti-Russian. What made them anti-Russian? Not some weird Western conspiracy. It was the actions of Russia. Russia has a great history of alienating people who are well disposed towards it. I mean, ask, the Iranians or the Syrians, having Russia as a friend sometimes is a bit worse than having Russia as an enemy.
Well, that's why I wonder, perhaps, as time goes on, whether Ukraine and Russia would ever be able to have a normal relationship anymore.
Yes.
You think they would?
That's a great question. When I asked my Ukrainian friends about it, some of them drew a comparison between Israel and Germany. Said right now it's unthinkable. Perhaps down the line, many years from now, especially if Putin's no longer in power and there's a different regime in place in Russia, then you might be able to talk about it, just as Israel and democratic Germany now have a fairly good relationship. The German, and how did that happen? The Germans accepted their collective responsibility for the crimes of the Holocaust. They recognized their crimes. They paid reparations to the Israelis, which were very helpful in the early establishment of the Israeli state. And they have good relations now.
Do you think that...
And that could one day happen between Ukraine and a more democratically oriented Russia.
Do you think Russia, without Vladimir Putin at the helm, if something was to happen to him, would continue this campaign? Or is this purely Vladimir Putin's campaign?
I wonder, that's a question I've debated a lot with my Ukrainian friends. To what extent do the Russian people support this war? And I suspect that a majority of Russians probably support what Putin is doing. And a lot of that is the product of propaganda and, very, very toxic Russian imperialist traditions. But if you take away the dictatorship in Russia and you expose people to broader information, I think some things might change down the road. I was a bureau chief in Tokyo and Moscow, and I also lived in Berlin, okay? So if you've lived in Berlin and Tokyo for a long time, you're constantly being made aware of how fluid cultures can be. People in the 1930s were convinced that Germans and Japanese were absolutely unreformable militarists. It was deep in their genes. There was no way they could ever be persuaded to abandon militarism. It was just part of who Germans and Japanese were. Well, look at them now. I lived in Japan. It is a nation of pacifists. It really is. They're not very keen on the military. So cultures change. And I actually believe that Russia can change as well. But right now, I'm afraid change looks pretty far off and illusory.
When it comes to the future generations then, what do you think would be the unifying factor?
Well, that's a good question.
Because right now you have language.
Yeah, the Ukrainian language is, has a lot of commonalities with Russian. It is a distinct language. It's not a dialect of Russian by any stretch of the imagination. It is a distinct language. And they have built up their own literary traditions, very, very rich cultural traditions. But there is a lot of shared history, right? The shared history of the Soviet Union, and going back way before that to the Russian Empire. So I often, even when I'm in modern Ukraine, I sometimes notice things that I remember from the old Soviet Union. Habits of speech, or just the way that people do certain things, the way they keep their gardens. There's a certain degree of shared cultural memory, which helps to explain why Ukrainians used to have a very pro-Russian viewpoint, right? They have a lot in common. And I don't think actually it would take that much to revive that commonality, that sense of shared history, if Russia, this is a big if, can recognize its collective responsibility for this horrible crime they've committed against the Ukrainians and show some remorse. The Russians do not have a great history of showing remorse for their conquests. Maybe that's one reason why Trump likes them. They have zero sense of DEI. They are not woke in the slightest. They just conquer you and then they expect you to be happy about it. So I wonder if they will ever get to the point where, like the Japanese, like the Germans, they will be in a position to accept responsibility for what they've done and reflect on it and draw some positive lessons from it.
Both sides have had large numbers of casualties. We've seen a lot of damage on both sides, human and, basically societal infrastructure and so on. the Ukrainians are always saying, and the ones I've interviewed always said, oh, we are defending our country, we're defending our country. In the case of the Russian soldiers, not a lot of information is put out. It's not in Russia's interest, of course. But what do you think is the toll it's taking on the Russian people, losing their sons and daughters to this conflict?
I actually think that toll is immense. We don't know for sure, again, as I wanted to emphasize before, we don't really know the state of public opinion in Russia. It's very important to say that. I sometimes see people citing poll numbers, you know, from polls taken inside Vladimir Putin's Russia. That's a joke. I mean, you cannot call up people on the phone and ask their opinions in a police state. For the same reason I wouldn't trust public opinion polls in Iran or China, not to mention the blanketing effect of state propaganda. So it's a little hard to know what's going on in people's heads. But there's been an enormous loss of life. The British Defense Ministry estimates that Russian casualties, dead and wounded, now amount to well over 1 million. That's not an insignificant number of people. That has to have some effect. Russia is now on a wartime footing. A lot of the economy has shifted to war production. That, I think, has some positive effects for people, employment and, you know, higher salaries. But it's terrible for the rest of the economy, and people are really starting to feel that through inflation and job shortages. And then finally, you know, after the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan, we saw a lot of those veterans come home and turn into organized criminals. And there was this immense wave of criminality through the Soviet Union and then post-Soviet Russia that was largely fueled by those returnees from the Afghan war. The Afghan war was pretty insignificant compared to this war. I mean, the number of brutalized Russian veterans coming home, you know, traumatized and, you know, suffering from substance abuse and barely coping, that's going to have a gigantic ripple effect throughout Russian society. I'm not optimistic about that part.
Especially as it's been drawn out so long now, the conflict, into
Yes.
its fourth year,
Yes.
well into its fourth year. What about the dependency Russia has on North Korean troops, for example?
Yes.
Was that necessary, considering the size of the Russian population?
Well, it is quite interesting, isn't it, Riz? I mean, why would such a big country as Russia feel compelled to accept troops from a relatively small ally like
What do
North
you think
Korea?
was the reason?
I think the reason is simply that Kim Jong-un was asking them for the chance to send his troops into combat. He wanted his troops to have combat experience. And Putin saw an opportunity to get more men in the field, and so he complied. But I think that does tell you something about the Russian manpower situation. We call the Russian style of warfare in Ukraine, you know, the meat wave, you know, the use of cannon fodder, just throwing people at the objective and not caring at all how many get mowed down. Very traditional Russian attitude towards warfighting. But this is not the Napoleonic Wars, right? We're not in World War I, where, by the way, Russian defeat on the battlefield led to revolution. I think Russian citizens actually have different expectations nowadays. They don't just want to send their kids off to be slaughtered for no particular reason. So even though you'll see a lot of, you know, Russians celebrating this war on TV in Russia, I'm inclined to think that at home it's a different story.
It seemed after the first, well, certainly the first year, where it was a lot of human-on-human interaction
Yes.
and conflict, things shifted to drones.
Yes.
And I think, you know, if you consider modern warfare, it was the first time drones really became a major factor, it seems, in
Yes.
such a conflict. What was your assessment of how that drone warfare progressed?
Well, drone warfare has advanced by leaps and bounds in this war. And one of the reasons for that is that Ukraine has showed an incredible ability to adapt and innovate. And that is because their response to battlefield challenges has been very, very creative and largely unbureaucratic. You know, a lot of the power to develop new equipment has been outsourced to people right on the front lines, not to the defense ministry, but to people who are actually in the action. I call it flat war. You know, this is a very unhierarchical war, very unbureaucratic. So that has fueled this breakneck innovation I think a lot of things I realize people don't know is that Ukraine was one of the heartlands of the Soviet defense industry during the Soviet Union. The best rocket engineers, aeronautics designers, a lot of them were Ukrainians. So there's this cliche of sort of Ukrainians as, rustic boobs. Not at all true. And that, legacy of engineering and technical knowledge passed over into post-Soviet Ukraine. And we're now seeing how widely that was, distributed among the technological elite and how flexibly they've applied it. But the problem is that Russia is adapting too, and in some cases very successfully. And of course, the latest iteration is the fiber optic drone, which is connected to the operator by a thin filament, which defeats electronic warfare, jamming and things like that. Yeah. And Ukraine is having a hard time catching up on that one. So for the first time, it really feels like the Russians are starting to get a little bit of an edge in the drone war.
If the kind of destruction that's occurring carries on, there's not going to be much of Ukraine for Russia to occupy or run, it would seem.
Well, I think that's a great point. You remember the idiotic American expression during the Vietnam War, you had to destroy the village to save it, right? And Russia has now basically destroyed eastern Ukraine in order to save it for Russia. There are not a lot of people still living in some of those places that Russia has annexed. People loyal to the government in Kiev have, of course, fled. A lot of other people have moved away, just tried not to live there. I mean, you see the footage of these places, it looks like footage from World War I, in Verdun or something. It's grim. I mean, there are parts of Ukraine that will take, decades to rebuild, but a lot of the worst damage is on the Russian side of the line.
I was going to say, I mean, for Russia also to recover, it's going to take a lot of money, it's going to take a lot of effort, and again, the ultimate outcome is how are these two countries going to interact?
Yeah. I was in Chechnya, by the way, in 2000, Riz, and after the end of the Second Chechen War, and I saw the capital of Chechnya, Grozny, which looked like something out of World War II. It looked like it had been bombed by multiple air raids, hit by multiple air raids in World War II, absolutely devastated. And Putin decided the way to bring Chechnya back into Russia was by simply picking a Chechen dictator whose son is now still in power and pouring in billions and billions and billions of dollars that they could basically use as they want it. So they rebuilt it into this amazing city. But that took decades, hundreds of billions of dollars, and for an area the size of Vermont. Eastern Ukraine, that's going to be a whole different ballpark. I mean, it's a bit of a poison pill, I think, actually. Fine, take your, 4 eastern districts of Ukraine. Good luck with that. Yeah, you've destroyed all the industrial capacity. You chased away most of the human resources. Now you get to have it.
And but the trouble is also guerrilla tactics would come into play and the resistance would build.
Yeah, well, and that is happening now. It's a great observation, Riz, because, in a lot of those places under Russian occupation, there's a really vibrant resistance movement going on, sabotage, assassinations. It's not at all quiet and docile there.
So Vladimir Putin is building his relationship with other countries in order to kind of bolster his position, and especially growing with North Korea, it seems, as well. Yeah. What's going to be the relationship growth between those two countries as a result of this? And what does North Korea get out of it?
Well, that's a great question. So last year, Putin went to North Korea. He was received with great fanfare. And after that, Russia and North Korea signed a friendship treaty that aligned them even more closely than they had been aligned before, which is actually pretty close. So what do the two sides get out of it? Russia gets North Korean troops. Most importantly, perhaps, it gets artillery shells, because North Korea makes a lot of those and has a lot of those in its weapons depots. You can't have too many of those, okay? So those are two really important things, soldiers and shells. What does North Korea get out of it? North Korea gets a closer relationship with the Russians. They are probably getting Russian energy, which is absolutely vital for them. And they are getting combat experience. That is something that Kim is very, very interested in. To be sure, a lot of their troops have simply been getting mowed down on the battlefield, but the ones who don't have gone back to North Korea, and they've imparted lessons to other soldiers there. And I think that's the one thing that Kim thought his armed forces were really lacking. You know, they have not had an active foe in many, many years. Now they're getting amazing, up-to-date combat experience on a 2025 battlefield. And any veteran will tell you, you can train all day, you can come up with the most brilliant weapons. Combat experience is everything. There's nothing like the experience of actually fighting in a war against an enemy.
Now, information out of Russia is not that easily gleaned.
Yes.
And it's hard to know what real support Vladimir Putin has. Now, I know you said you suspect it's quite a lot. What's going on with President Zelenskyy? Now there seems to be some backlash, at least.
Yes, well, there have been a lot of criticisms of President Zelenskyy by pro-democracy activists in Ukraine. I remember talking to some of them back in 2023. They were worried about certain things that were happening. And now I think those concerns have really come out into the open because Zelenskyy, pushed through this law in Parliament that was designed to eliminate the independence of anti-corruption watchdogs. And the thing is that those anti-corruption institutions are not just random things. They are the very centerpiece of Ukraine's evolution as a democracy. Ukrainians have put enormous amount and effort and blood and tears into building up this anti-corruption infrastructure with very active support, I might add, for the Americans and the Europeans, because corruption was seen as one of the biggest problems in Ukraine. Again, a legacy of the old Soviet Union. And passing the legislation for those institutions and embedding them in the Ukrainian government was a huge triumph for pro-democracy forces. And by trying to clamp down on them and subordinate them to the government, Zelenskyy seems to have committed a pretty major error because people took to the streets. That's what Ukrainians do when they don't like something that you're doing. And they don't treat Zelenskyy like some kind of idol who's above criticism. It's not how they think. It's just not, and he's clearly made a big mistake, and now he's promised to reverse it. I'm curious to see if he will actually follow through on that.
Has the recent change, where now Donald Trump is pointing the finger at Vladimir Putin, for example, really improved Volodymyr Zelenskyy's position? Or is he simply on the sidelines watching?
No, I think it's improved his position to a large extent. If nothing else, it has boosted his position with the Europeans. And again, we Americans talk about ourselves a lot. We love to talk about the United States. But Europe is a pretty big force in all of this. They have actually supplied more financial aid to Ukraine than the United States has, which is perfectly reasonable because they're right next door. It's really their problem. And now they're really picking up speed on the military aspect as well. So, I don't think many Americans realize just how active the Europeans have become. So I think that Trump's shift has enabled the Europeans to embrace Zelenskyy even more strongly, and also, very importantly, to criticize him when he needs to be criticized, as they have done in the wake of this stupid move to curb the anti-corruption agencies. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The other important thing, Riz, of course, is that now within Europe, there are a number of different, especially in terms of security, there are different speeds as far as, defense policy. And interestingly enough, it's the Nordics, the Scandinavian countries, the Poles, the Brits who are outside of Europe but in NATO, who have been especially tough on Russia and especially passionate in their defense of Ukraine. Some of the other European countries, a little less so, other countries in the middle. But you've got this sort of multi-speed NATO, as it were. And that, I think, actually is a good thing because it enables the countries that are really determined to support Ukraine to be able to do it.
It seems that NATO's backing of Ukraine to this degree probably wasn't what Vladimir Putin would have expected.
Well, exactly right, Riz. He clearly did not expect it. You know, when he invaded Ukraine in 2014, the West basically yawned, you know, and imposed a couple of small sanctions, but he got away with it. Let's be frank. The West rolled over. So I think he was expecting that to happen this time too. Whatever the West threw at him, he could take it. And lo and behold, he has, by doing this, revitalized Western defense. You know, Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. I don't think that would have ever happened without this invasion. And now we've got a whole different ballgame as far as NATO is concerned. And, you know, Trump is to be praised, in my view, for getting tough with the Europeans and making them spend more on defense. But I think we've now reached a point where they don't need to be persuaded. A lot of them are doing it themselves.
What do you think, Christian, is the worst case scenario for Ukraine going forward?
That's a good question. I think the worst case scenario is the United States completely abandoning any sort of commitment to Ukraine. You know, to see more of these right-wing extremist parties come to power in Europe, which would then dilute European support for Ukraine. You know, Ukraine desperately needs support from the West to keep going. I don't think they'd just give up without it, but of course the fight becomes much, much harder. So I think, you know, the Ukrainians will keep fighting no matter what. I remember a taxi driver telling me that if they took Kiev, people were going to go back to what they were doing in the late 40s and early 50s when there were anti-Soviet guerrillas in the woods fighting Soviet troops still long after the Second World War ended. So I don't think anybody would be giving up. But of course, the fight becomes much harder without foreign support.
So then what's the worst case scenario for Russia?
I think the worst case scenario is that a strong and revitalized NATO pushes ahead really decisively with support for Ukraine, seizes all of the assets, the Russian financial assets that have been frozen, mostly in Europe. It's about $300 billion. It's quite a nice chunk of change, and that would finance a lot of weapons for Ukraine. I think that would be very difficult for the Russians. And I think a major economic downturn would be a huge problem for Putin. He's managed to get by so far with some very clever management from some of his technocrats. But I think, you know, collapse in the oil price would pretty much do him in. So, you know, and then, you know, collapse of the Putin regime itself, I think, is probably the worst case scenario for the Russian regime. It might be a good case scenario for the Russian people.
Well, you have the advantage, Christian, of being able to go to places like Russia and Ukraine, speak directly to people, so it's not through interpretation. When are you heading back to that region? Do you know?
I don't know. I hope to be going back to Ukraine sometime in the not too distant future, but that's very unclear. I just came back from Georgia, which is, you know, another place that used to be part of the Soviet Union. And there's an authoritarian government, very pro-Russian authoritarian government. This very aggressively asserting control after decades of democracy. And so that's a very ominous sign of how things are going in parts of the former Soviet Union.
Are you optimistic in any way that there will be a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire anytime soon between Ukraine and Russia?
I'm cautiously optimistic, as the diplomats like to say. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's quite possible. You know, time is not on the Ukrainian side. They're the first ones who will tell you that. Putin thinks that he has the advantage because he can go on and on and on. I don't think he has maybe quite as much time as he thinks he does, but that's how he views the situation. Ukrainians will tell you, you know, we can't win an attritional war. We just don't have the people. We don't have the resources. You know, we can't stretch this out forever. So I would hope to see us reaching a point where, whether it be through international pressure or internal economic problems, Russia has to kind of call it a draw and lay down its guns. That doesn't mean they'd be pulling out of eastern Ukraine. They might be staying there for the foreseeable future. But the point is, we cannot recognize that in legal and political terms. We can have a ceasefire and armistice as we did in Korea and move on from there.
And this is where it comes down to finding solutions that work for both countries. And that's the tricky part now, isn't it?
That's very much the tricky part.
Well, Christian, I know I'm going to be speaking with you again. Thank you so much for making the time.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Riz. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Christian Karl of Foreign Policy magazine there, giving us a closer look at the latest developments in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus-year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talent are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here: vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry, plus it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary art. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second-largest auditorium in NYC, with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the Central Market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here, you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashion. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariaman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is a city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm and blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Athens. One of the oldest cities in the world, Athens, Greece, is in fact one of the coolest cities too. What it offers is a healthy mix of the old and the new, promising a vibrant people, full of excitement and optimism. Firstly, the city is known for its historical destinations and amazing views. Suwanyo is one of them. Here you'll find the Temple of Poseidon, with a bunch of amazing beaches nearby. Tourists flock to the place to watch the sunset over the Aegean Sea. The city is also known for its hip and happening cafe culture. It's still very much the usual way of life in Athens, Greece. Old school neighborhoods still have the little cafes that overlook the Acropolis. Athens also offers its fair share of arts and cultural spaces. You'll find a movie theater that screens both foreign and local Greek films. Libraries and bookstores are around too, with a terrace or an outdoor bar to lounge in. Events and art places are spread across the city. One of the more known ones is the Technopolis. It's an industrial museum where tourists can learn about the work conditions in the old plant and how it developed operations during the 19th century. What's great about this place is that throughout the year, there's always an upcoming concert party, exhibits, and such scheduled. Looking for the best shopping stops? Kuala is the place to be. It offers a mix of designer brands and affordable labels too. Plus, you can always grab an afternoon coffee or have some cocktails outdoors, as there will be places for that nearby. The bar scene is quite upscale and trendy, but definitely worth checking out. Around the city, there are special places dedicated to the nightlife you want. There's a venue for specialty cocktails, accompanied with a lively atmosphere and flowing drinks of various mixes. There's also a place for classic jazz and a chill ambiance. To see the greener part of Athens, head over to the National Gardens. It boasts of a 38-acre area of greenery that is a small zoo, a duck pond, a botanical museum, and a cafe. Definitely a must-visit, especially during the spring and summertime. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, at least 20 people, including 5 journalists, have been killed in an Israeli strike on Nasser Hospital in southern Gaza. That's according to Gaza's Civil Defense Agency. A Reuters cameraman, an Associated Press journalist, and an Al Jazeera employee were among the victims. The Israeli military has confirmed carrying out the strike. It said it regrets causing any harm to civilians and does not target journalists. Meanwhile, Israeli strikes also hit Yemen's capital Sana'a, killing 6 and wounding 86 after Houthi forces fired missiles towards Israel. For more on this, I'm joined from Tunis by the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories, Francesca Albanese. Francesca, first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate that. Following today's deadly attack on Al Nasser Hospital, you are calling on states to take immediate action to halt the carnage in Gaza. What more can global leaders do? And in your opinion, are they failing the Palestinian people?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. I don't see member states doing enough. No single state has done enough to stop the carnage in Gaza. I learned from you and from the coverage that was just passed that Israel has recognized that it was an Israeli missile that hit Nasser Hospital, killing 15 people, including reporters and rescuers. Look, this is an attack that has been filmed and could not be denied. But in fact, there have been hundreds and hundreds of those instances, many of them filmed, in fact, some are notorious, some are not. And Israel has killed 60,000 people by its own admission, because there is an Israeli army leaked paper that confirms, and this was circulated by Israeli media 972, confirms that Israel has killed, so only 1 out of 6 of the people killed by Israel since October 2023 are so-called Hamas combatants. And we know that what Israel defines as combatants is much broader than combatant under international law. Israel knows exactly what it's doing and how many civilians are being killed, and it does so amid members of the cabinet calling for the cleansing of Gaza, for emptying Gaza of Palestinians, and forcing the voluntary migration of Palestinians into other places of the world. So there is an ethnic cleansing ongoing, and genocide is being the means to enforce it in Gaza.
And I think it's important for us to note that the Israeli government says that it regrets any harm from the strike at Al Nasser Hospital today, and also that it is not committing genocide inside of Gaza. But, you know, we're seeing journalists targeted today, and Gaza is saying that we don't target journalists, and an initial inquiry will be carried out. But what do you make of Israel's comments? Are they purposely trying to get the reality of what's happening in Gaza not being told to the rest of the world?
I think that Israel lies and lies and lies, and it's not because of this instance that I believe it. Israel was forced to recognize and to express regret for what's happening because it was broadcasted. This attack happened while it was being reported, and this is why it was not possible. I mean, there was an attempt by some members of the army to say that it was not attributable to Israel, but again, it was too blatant to be denied. But the point is, you know, Leigh Ann, if we were on October 9 or 10 of 2023, I would understand this claim. But 60,000 people plus dead, and with a famine ongoing in Gaza, which risks to kill 500,000 people, and with the fact that the very Israeli army knows that of the 60,000 people killed, only 1 of 6 was a combatant. And this is something that I and other special rapporteurs have said since the beginning. 70% of the victims have always been women and children. So when you ask me if I believe that Israel regrets what it has done, no, I don't. And even if it does it allow Israel to stop its assault on Gaza and its attempt to empty Gaza of Palestinians? No, of course. And what is going on in the West Bank? How do we explain the fact that Israel is pushing the annexation of the little that remains that is not controlled by Israel of the West Bank? There is secular violence that is tormenting Palestinians as we speak, and it has been the same for 2 years. What about the death of Palestinians in jail, including doctors? What about the rape that has been used against Palestinian prisoners? Israel knows very well what it's doing, and it's doing that with intent. And this is why it's undeniable today that there is a genocide ongoing. You also have the most prominent Israeli human rights organization saying so. Physician for Human Rights and B'Tselem, together with many historians and even some members of the security service.
And Francesca, Jeremy Corbyn has confirmed that you'll be taking part in the Gaza Tribunal, which he is going to be hosting next month. Why are you choosing to be part of this, despite the former Labour leader's record on handling anti-Semitism?
I don't think that it has anything to do with anti-Semitism. Let's put this in context. Anti-Semitism is something that I abhor as a European because of our European record of anti-Semitism, meaning hatred and violence and discrimination against Jewish people as because they are Jews, and I would like Jewish people to feel safe and happy wherever they are in the world. So nothing more remote from me than anti-Semitism. At the same time, scrutinizing the state of Israel is what has led many people, from the Secretary General to the Pope, and including now the President of the French Republic, to be accused of anti-Semitism. So this is the usual accusation that is leveled against people who tries to bring Israel to respect international law. So Jeremy Corbyn is a member of the parliament who has organized an initiative to bring to scrutiny the actions and possible complicity of its government, like other governments in other political realities, including in Italy. There are lawyers and parliamentarians at work to put in question the role of the Italian government. There is a clear responsibility of member states not to trade, not to sell weapons, not to buy weapons, not to exchange intelligence with a state which is accused of committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Any parliamentarian attempt to bring clarity and justice is to be supported, and this is why I accepted Jeremy Corbyn's request.
And also, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced your inclusion on the sanctions list, citing your efforts to push international criminal court to investigate both the US and Israel. What is your message right now to both the US and Israel?
Yeah, I hope that your audience understands the absurdity of it. The International Criminal Court has been created as a culmination of efforts of all nations after the Second World War. It has taken decades to bring about the creation of the International Criminal Court, which I'm very proud. It has its statute, the name of the capital of Italy, the Rome Statute. The ICC is there to investigate and prosecute people responsible for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, and the crime of aggression. So what is illegal of encouraging the ICC to investigate and prosecute? I've written 6 reports, and in all of them, almost all of them, I've reminded the ICC, which has dragged its feet substantively on the file of Palestine, to investigate and prosecute. And in fact, had the ICC investigated and prosecuted some of the ministers in Israel, we wouldn't have reached the abominable situation that we have faced as of October 2023. But the point is, I do believe, and it's not a case, that the sanctions against me came after my report, which puts under scrutiny the economy of the occupation, in which many private actors, banks, pension funds, investment funds, universities, and arms manufacturers and other businesses have contributed to support the occupation, and in the last 2 years to become an economy of genocide. It's not the case that many Israelis were becoming poorer and poorer, while the stock exchange after post-October 2023 was going up. It has amassed $200 billion. Why? Because someone is profiting from the genocide in Gaza. And this is why I think that the sanctions have been put against me, because I was already put on notice by the US administration in May for my work, which apparently constituted a threat to the global economy.
And just before I let you go, Francesca, we are out of time, but just a quick question. How much hate have you faced personally for speaking out against Israel?
Very little. Very little. Besides the pro-genocide lobby and the pro-genocide axis, meaning all the states who are doing everything they can to defend Israel in its permanent occupation, apartheid, and genocide. Wherever I go, there are thousands and thousands of people welcoming me, receiving me, writing letters to me. And seriously, wherever I go, even recently in Italy, I was in a village which is almost depopulated, and where there were several hundred people from all over who came to listen to me. So no, there is a lot of love and a lot of support and solidarity from all over. Again, this is what I hope, that this is a moment of awakening for all of us, because like Primo Levi, who, by the way, was a Holocaust survivor, used to say, monsters in life are few, the bureaucrats who push papers to make huge crimes possible. In fact, it's with people like us, ordinary people, who decide to stop this brutality that the change can be made.
Francesca Albanese, it was fascinating to talk to you. Thank you for joining the show. Now, Nigel Farage has unveiled his party's plans to deal with illegal migration if Reform UK were to win the next election. He claims men, women and children will be deported if they enter the country unlawfully. The party's plan, Operation Restoring Justice, would take the UK out of the European Convention on Human Rights and other international treaties. The Reform UK leader says detention centres will also be built on military sites to speed up removals. Take a listen to some of his speech from earlier today.
And unless we start deporting people, I predicted this would turn into, and yes, I use the word, invasion. But 180,000 people later, what other word could possibly describe what has been going on? It is an invasion as these young men illegally break into our country. The mood in the country around this issue is a mix between total despair and rising anger. And I would say this, that without action, without somehow the contract between the government and the people being renewed, without some trust coming back, then I fear deeply that anger will grow. In fact, I think there is now, as a result of this, a genuine threat to public order.
For more on this, I'm joined from London by Deputy Leader of Reform UK, Richard Tice. Richard, good evening to you, and thank you so much for taking the time to join the show this evening. So, good evening. So, big promises made today by Farage, 600,000 people deported in 5 years, offering them £2,500 for doing so, at the cost of £10 billion over that time frame. Richard, is this actually achievable, and where is the money going to be coming from?
Well, we know that this sort of policy works because it's a variant of what is working rather nicely in the United States of America. And actually, over a 5-year period, we will save billions of pounds because whilst the cost of doing this is 10 billion, actually 7 or 8 billion at least is being spent every year dealing with the illegal migrant crisis. It is a crisis in the United Kingdom. And by leaving the European Convention on Human Rights, by scrapping our own Human Rights Act and derogating from other international treaties, so that what we do, we've got to stop the human rights lawyers who at the moment have been frustrating all attempts to remove people who are in the country illegally. And the definition of a sovereign independent nation is one that has strong borders, that knows who's coming in and who's going out. And at the moment, in the United Kingdom, frankly, we've got no idea. And we've got probably, give or take, we don't really know, 1 million people in the United Kingdom illegally, working, suppressing British wages, consuming our housing and our public services, and regrettably, in some cases, carrying out criminal activity. And this is an emergency, and it requires extraordinary emergency powers to deal with it. And the reason we're leading in all the national polls is the British people trust Nigel Farage and Reform UK to get this difficult job done.
Absolutely. But to make deportations easier, as you just said to me, Richard, Reform is promising to leave the European Convention of Human Rights. Now, the Lib Dem leader says by doing this, Farage is following his hero, Vladimir Putin, and Winston Churchill would be turning in his grave. Does he have a point here at all?
Ludicrous statements by an irrelevant politician in the United Kingdom. So Winston Churchill, he actually defended our borders during the Second World War. He prevented an invasion, and the Tory and Labour politicians who've been running the country in recent years, they've allowed this invasion to start and then continue and indeed grow. So Winston Churchill would be proud of a leader that is brave, that is strong, and protects our sovereignty and our citizens. And that's what we're going to do. And if the Labour government is so terrified of reform that they actually adopt our plans in the intervening years, then that's a good thing too. And we would congratulate them if they adopt our plans, copy our plans, and actually stop this invasion. And that's what it is. And I know it's uncomfortable for people to hear that sort of language, but we face an emergency and we cannot keep writing checks of £7 to £10 billion a year with threats to women and children in and around the areas where we've got these migrant hotels. And we do risk, we do regrettably risk public disorder unless this crisis is dealt with.
And Richard, you just mentioned Labour there, and you also mentioned Reform has been leading in the polls quite significantly. And my big question to you is, where is Prime Minister Keir Starmer? He just appears to be completely absent. As you said, this is an emergency, it's an invasion, and we don't seem to be hearing from the Prime Minister of the country.
Well, that's because he doesn't want to talk about this critical issue. He's out of touch with the British people. He's much more comfortable dealing on the global stage with his friends who like international treaties, friends from the legal community, making lots of money out of advising international countries and things. He's not comfortable actually in the pubs and clubs around the United Kingdom talking to real people who set their alarm clock at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, who get up and go to work and are raging furious at our taxes being spent on these illegal migrants who are being put up in nice hotels. They're being fed, they're being watered, they're being given healthcare and dental care that we, the British citizens, can't get. And he's just failing in his duties as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And that's why his poll rating is appalling and why Nigel Farage's poll rating and Reforms is leading in every national poll.
And it's really interesting because we're going to talk a little bit about the language surrounding Nigel Farage today, Richard, because it was particularly powerful. Like you just said to me, it's an invasion, it's uncomfortable. And there's real fear that this extreme rhetoric around illegal immigration has become normalized. Could a speech today make protests like we've seen over the weekend and the last few weeks actually worse? Is Nigel Farage and Reform stoking a fire for their own political gain and their own poll rating?
Sometimes the truth hurts and sometimes the truth is uncomfortable, but much better to tell the truth as it is, because then actually you allow voters to say, yes, here is a political party that I can vote for in the upcoming elections that understands my concerns. And actually, I think it's the opposite. I think by discussing the difficult stuff as opposed to trying to sort of brush it under the carpet, it makes it easier to say to people, protest can only be lawful, it can only be peaceful in a country like the United Kingdom, and we understand the concerns of the people, and we're saying, actually, we hear you and we will act accordingly. And if the Conservatives and the Labour Party had done their job properly in recent years, then there wouldn't be the need for our plans and proposals, but they failed in their task to protect our borders, to protect our sovereignty, and it's left to Reform UK to do the difficult stuff.
And Richard, you know, obviously Reform UK are not in power, so this speech has come out and these plans, but we are still years away from a general election. So I think the big question is, what happens if nothing changes and Labour doesn't get a grip on this and public disorder is something that you're raising the alarm on? You know, what's next really for the UK?
Well, we've got elections next May, what we call local council elections. We've got elections in Wales and Scotland. So that is the next outlet where we're saying to voters, If you want change, you've got to vote for it. If you want reform, you've got to vote reform. And so do that. Let us run more councils. Let us run Wales and Scotland. And then we can prove the point that we can run things, we can get stuff done, we can save money on wasteful government spending and wasteful council spending, and in a sense, prove ourselves. And there's nothing better than the proof in the pudding. We all come from the world of business. We understand how to get things done, to make things happen. And when you make plans like this and you start to implement them, what you do is you monitor them, you see what's working. If something's not quite working, you adapt, you tweak it, you adjust it. What you don't try and do is cover stuff up. And that's what politicians have done in this country for too long. And we're going to change that.
Richard Tice, thank you so much for joining us, taking the time and bringing your insights and analysis. Once again, thank you. Now, Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on India have officially taken effect, hitting one of Washington's strongest Indo-Pacific partners and threatening millions of jobs in export-driven sectors. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is responding with promises of tax cuts and urging citizens to support Make in India as the country navigates the economic blow. Experts say reforms like goods and service tax simplification could help cushion the impact on households and also small businesses. For more on this, I'm joined from London by economist Laurie Laird. Thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Leanne.
Hiya, good evening. Wow, OK, so let's get into this. The US has slapped these punitive tariffs on India over its purchases of discounted Russian oil. But how damaging is this for the world's fastest growing large economy?
In short, I don't think this is a dramatic piece of news. And it struck me when you were doing your introductory comments. You mentioned what a strong relationship Donald Trump and Narendra Modi had not that long ago, right? I mean, when Modi last went to the U.S., or at least in the first term, the guys were playing stadiums across the U.S., with thousands of people coming to see this double act. So what has gone wrong between these two leaders is incredibly confusing, because we did think there was a strong partnership there. Now, Trump did warn that these 50% tariffs were on the cards. Still felt a little surprising when they came into effect a couple of hours ago. But I don't think that they will, as dramatic as it sounds, I don't think this will be incredibly damaging to India. India is a fairly closed economy. It does not spend that much to the U.S. And that's, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What it does then to the U.S., pharmaceuticals, that and jewelry, that is being cut out. That's being carved out because the pharmaceutical situation in the U.S. is so very expensive. So about 45% of Indian exports will not be tariffed. Only about 2% of India's exports go to the U.S. So there will be some areas of the economy, apparel, footwear, that will hurt. But in terms of top line growth, the economists seem to think that there'll be less than a 1% hit in GDP growth, which is growing at about 7% a year. So it will be painful in pockets, but not over the top line.
And despite the US slapping on these higher tariffs, like we were just talking about, and the fact that the US and India have always been close allies, India just continued to buy Russian crude. Why has New Delhi taken this almost strong stance on not listening to the US?
This is what I can't get my head around. I haven't found an economist who can get their head around this, because India isn't the only economy buying discounted Russian oil. Now, India is profiting to a certain extent. It's buying this cut price crude oil, putting it through its many refineries on Indian soil, and then distributing that domestically and selling it abroad. But India isn't, China is taking a lot of discounted Russian oil. A couple of years ago, the G7, and with America's consent, said Russia can sell as much oil as it wants at a price of $60 a barrel or lower. So everybody was in on this. And the reason for this was to avoid removing a whole lot of oil from the global markets, thereby pushing up the price of energy. Now, this is what really confuses me. India is buying about 1.5 to 2 million barrels a day. If India goes and seeks that oil elsewhere, and Russian oil at this point is not discounted by all that much, given the market price of crude, because crude prices have come down so much. But were that Indian demand to go somewhere else, we're going to see oil prices skyrocket, which is exactly what Donald Trump said he does not want. So the logic behind this move, particularly when other jurisdictions are buying this Russian oil, makes absolutely no sense to me.
And also, let's just put it into context. The US is India's biggest trading partner, and a New Delhi-based think tank has predicted thousands of jobs are at risk as India's exports to the US are set to decline. So do you think closer ties with China and other BRICS countries like Russia will really help India and soften the blow to its economy?
I think absolutely. As I mentioned, there will be pockets of the economy that will struggle. But what this is doing is accelerating a realignment of trade. Now, we see India, we see Modi is going to China for the first time since 2018, right? It's only been a couple of years ago that Indian soldiers and Chinese soldiers were fighting with clubs along a contested line of control. Now Modi is on his way to China over the weekend. Modi also has fairly strong relationships with Russia. It depends on Russia for 60% of its defense imports. So this is hastening, I think, a realignment of Asian trade that was going to come anyway. But losing Modi as an ally may turn out to be quite a mistake for the U.S. And the administration seems to be compounding it by developing quite close relationship with Pakistan, which is another rival of India's. The head of Pakistan's army has been in the U.S. twice over the past year and has had lunch with Donald Trump. So the geopolitical strategy here is baffling.
Yeah, absolutely. And US trade negotiators actually called off a planned trip to New Delhi this week. You just mentioned Modi will be going to China. But my big question here is, what does this mean for America's access to the Asian markets? Because really, India was always key to that for the US.
And America wanted India not just as a market with a lot of people, the world's most populous country. It also really wanted to culture India as a buffer to a very ambitious China. I think that strategy will be wiped out a little bit. One thing that is interesting is we're not seeing from Modi what we've seen from, say, the EU, from a couple of other countries, which is, okay, don't tariff us, and we will promise to buy more U.S. liquefied natural gas. We'll throw in some defense spending there. Modi is not playing that game at all. Now, it's a weird game when countries do this. The EU has promised to buy a whole bunch of LNG. What is overlooked that the EU is a multinational organization where shareholding companies, have their residences or their incorporation. The EU cannot tell companies to just buy more gas from the U.S. India has a little more latitude, but we're not even seeing that kind of talk. Sure, yeah, we'll buy something. Just exempt us. Modi seems perfectly comfortable in saying, okay, we're going to develop our Indian manufacturing industry more. We're going to really enhance these links with other Asian countries.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. And thank you so much for your insights. As always, Laurie Laird, it's always great to have you on the show. Now moving on to other news, Taylor Swift is officially off the market. The pop star announced her engagement to NFL star Travis Kelce, sharing a heartfelt post that has already racked up over 18 million likes. Social media erupted with fans cheering and getting emotional over the couple's news. Even President Donald Trump sent her some congratulations, calling them both terrific people. And, I'm now joined in the studio by Zainab Amir, manager of @SwiftNYC. Zainab, it's so great to have you with me in the studio. Thank you so much for joining me. So first of all,
everyone just sort of went crazy last night, didn't they? When the news flashed up that the couple are announced, they've engaged, and we've got all the news coming out. But why did it have such an enormous reaction? Why are Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift just this amazing machine?
Yeah, no, definitely. I thank you so much, Leigh Ann, for having me. I think to answer that question in particular, you see Taylor Swift. She is the height of the music industry within just the world. And then you have Travis Kelce as well, who is at the height of his career, his American football career. So, and he's the best tight end that we have in American history. So if you combine the two, it's almost like American royalty. So it's definitely an engagement that everybody is talking about and everybody is excited about.
Yeah, I was so excited about it because I love Taylor Swift and I've loved her for very many years. But also, a lot of the reason I love her music is because she talks about her love life so much, doesn't she? Yes. She talks about the makeups and the breakups, and that's why we buy the albums. And, you know, her love life has also been scrutinised, hasn't it, for the men she's dated. It's been all over the press. But why do you think that Travis Kelce has been the relationship that has worked for her? Why do you think Travis Kelce chose her? Why did she choose him?
I think you finally have somebody who is nonchalant about Taylor Swift, but also, like you said, engulfed in the curiosity of who she is. So you have somebody like Taylor Swift, who is at the height of her career for the last 2 decades, singing about her love life, opening to her fans the diary of her entire life through her songs. And you finally have somebody celebrating that and celebrating her wins, celebrating her successes, and understanding who Taylor Swift is at the same time. So I feel like if you look at those past relationships, that celebration, that, you know, being private but not secret was not, that aspect, that element wasn't there. It was always almost like a secret. It was almost like, let's hide, let's dull down who you are as a, you know, big musician in this industry. So I feel like it's somebody finally celebrating her success, which is, honestly, it's just beautiful to see.
Yeah, and I love seeing them because they do a podcast together. There's quite a lot of PDA going on when they do go out, isn't there? When she watches, you know, they both support each other, which I find so lovely. You know, he goes to an Eras tour, she watches his matches, and it seems to be, like you said, it's private, but it's also not secret in many ways. But, you know, the one thing I've been looking at on social media today, as always, is speculation on when the wedding could be. Have you got any idea of a date? Are there clues in any of the pictures? Because people are always looking for clues. But another thing, you know, for me, Taylor Swift and her fan base has really made her the superstar she is. So should her loyal fans be invited to the wedding day?
Yeah, so that's a 2-part question. So I feel like fans and myself have been like investigating or looking for clues as to like, when did he propose? How did he propose? So like when it comes to the date, I feel like Taylor's been shocking us. Like I never imagined her going on a podcast with her boyfriend or being so public about even the engagement post being put on Instagram just like that out of nowhere. So I feel like fans are speculating it might be just a normal cycle. It might, because the way that she announced it was almost like a normal person, like your close personal friend just announcing it on Instagram. So who knows? It might be, you know, normal rhythm. They've been together for 2 years. They're engaged now. It might be a year, 2 years, who knows? But they have so much going on in their career. And then when it comes to Taylor sharing her life with her fans, I feel like the way that she has done it, again, like I did say, private but not secret. So I feel like it's going to be some element of that. Like as much as I, as a fan, would love to have like be a fly on the wall during that wedding, I feel like it's going to be private between family and friends, close ones. They're cut from the same cloths, very grounded people, which again goes back to the American royalty aspect, where when the time is ready, they'll share photos and videos of the special day.
And actually, I really loved the caption to the post. Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married. I thought that was really great. But it's got a bit of a mixed reception, Zainab. Why is that?
I think it's because people expected when they see a big celebrity or 2 big celebrities, right? You have Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. They expect something creative or more creative. But honestly, I think the way that Taylor did it, right? And it's so Taylor Swift, is knowing or understanding who she is as a person. It's just, people will call it cheesy, but I think it's just like genuinely who she is as a person. It's just, again, like your close personal friend announcing an engagement. It's almost like plain and simple. And she said it in her lyrics. Like she has a song called So High School, which she plays on the engagement post. And it's, you know how to ball, I know Aristotle. So it's almost like kind of catering to that as well. So it's her spin on words, but it's always, her fans understand that this is always who she's been as a person, is candid and celebrating who she is and being passionate about that and owning that.
And one thing, I loved the ring. I just want to know your thoughts on that. And also, I mean, she's going to have a watertight prenup. Let's get into the realistics of here. You know, because I would say she'd be worth quite a fair bit more money than Travis Kelce.
100%. I do agree.
What wise words would you have to say to Taylor Swift on the prenup?
I would say make sure that prenup is definitely like tightly locked, because she just became a billionaire. Like the Eras Tour has not only given her husband as well as her masters back, but she is also now a billionaire from her music itself. So I do feel like if I have any wise words to say, is just make sure you have a good lawyer, which I'm sure, given her industry like expertise, she is very well aware of. Yeah.
And you know what? I find it quite interesting because you said that she got back the masters of her music. She redid those songs, and we saw that was something she was really passionate about. Why does Taylor Swift resonate so much with so many people around the world in so many age categories? Because I'm a massive fan of hers. Yeah. I know, like, my much younger girls I know are a massive fan. She just sort of spans everything. Is it because she's got such a lovely voice, or is it because she's such a good businesswoman? She's got great work ethic. What is it about her?
I think it's a pretty much a combination of everything, because if you look back at the last 2 decades, right, as somebody who has been a fan for 17 years and grown up almost with her, I see her as, and I think fans too, like if you think about, not to be like parasocial, but like it's almost like she's the older sister that you never had or like you wish you had, because throughout her life, right, we've talked about how she's opened up her life. She's always spoken about her life specifically through songwriting. So I think when you resonate to those lyrics, even if you're not exactly going through that specific experience that she has, it's the way that she finds that poetic depth in her song lyrics that people can finally, like, they can kind of resonate to, they can hold on to. And then if you think about it, throughout those 2 decades, she's always been reinventing herself. You sometimes see artists releasing the same album again and again, and it's not any different. So when you think about the businesswoman that she is, she does really push herself, and I think that also, when you think about life, right, you never want to be, we think of our lives in chapters, in seasons. So I think that's what she tries to capture when it comes to her songwriting and her work and trying to reinvent herself, which I think everybody can relate to.
Yeah, absolutely. Favorite Taylor Swift song?
Probably Maroon.
Oh, I love that song. That's such a great song. Mine is actually Red. And I feel like that's a really old song, but I absolutely love it. I also love the Tortured Poets Department. I thought that was a brilliant album.
It's absolutely
so great.
So
and then
poetic.
we've got the Showgirl one coming up, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Oh my God, so much to celebrate. Thank you so much. I love Taylor Swift. That was a great conversation.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Zainab, Amir, thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. In other news, for the first time in 22 months, famine has now been officially declared in Gaza. Well, the UN calls it a man-made disaster, a failure of humanity itself. Well, a new report from the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC, says more than 500,000 people in Gaza are already facing catastrophic conditions, starvation, destitution and death. And by the end of September, it warns, things will only get worse. OK, we're going to stay with Gaza and turn to our next guest, who is Humza Yousaf, the former First Minister of Scotland. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I remember when we talked before, we talked about your in-laws, your parents-in-law, who are now back in Scotland. They were, of course, trapped in Gaza, Elizabeth and Majid al-Nakla. I wanted to ask how they're doing and also how the rest of the family is, because you still have ties, don't you, to Gaza?
We do. Thanks, Tom. It's good to speak to you again, though I wish things had improved since the last time we spoke. In fact, they've, of course, got much worse. And every day it seems like the situation is worsening and becoming more horrific. In terms of my in-laws, what can I say? They are traumatized. I think they will always be thus, I'm afraid. And in terms of the family in Gaza itself, my wife, Nadia, she has her first cousin, Sally, there. Sally has 4 children and a husband. And those 4 children, as every day is going on, are losing weight, becoming emaciated, and are starving in front, not just of her eyes, in her arms. So how can I possibly describe that situation? Are there any adjectives left to describe the horror that the people of Gaza are facing as a daily occurrence? So I don't really have the words to tell you how horrific the situation is for Nadia's family in Gaza. And of course, that is replicated amongst hundreds of thousands, in fact, millions of families in Gaza that are left there living this daily nightmare on a daily basis.
Now, thank you for that update. And I mean, I wanted to ask you about something you've put out on X, because you wrote on the platform formerly known as Twitter in response to yesterday's bombing by Israel of the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis. You said something that began, "Dear Prime Ministers and Presidents." Presumably had the British Prime Minister in mind when you started writing that. What would you like him to be doing?
Well, I'd like him to take some meaningful action. Today, the UK Prime Minister has described that double tap bombing of Al-Nasser Hospital. Let's remind ourselves what we saw. We saw an Israeli airstrike on a hospital, killing journalists, killing civilians. And then as emergency workers went to rescue the injured, another airstrike followed. And this one was actually caught on camera. We know it's happened many times before. The Israeli Prime Minister calling it a mishap. A mishap is when you accidentally CC in the wrong colleague into an email. It's not when you kill emergency workers and bomb a hospital. So the UK Prime Minister today has responded by calling that, and I quote using his words, indefensible. Well, if that action is indefensible, which of course it clearly is, then why on earth does the UK government continue to sell weapons to the government of Israel? Why does it continue with RAF reconnaissance flights that directly give intelligence to the Israeli regime? And why on earth do they continue to train, the UK army continue to train IDF soldiers? So at the very least, the complicity, the support that we give the Israeli regime must be completely withdrawn, and then proactively sanctions must be imposed on a nation, a rogue nation, that is clearly completely and utterly out of control.
I mean, you've repeatedly drawn parallels with apartheid South Africa, and I'm wondering if you're doing that because you think that the same sort of action that was taken then needs to be taken now.
Well, firstly, I'm doing it because, of course, it is the ICJ itself that has said Israel's policies in the West Bank are a breach of the Apartheid Convention. This is not Humza Yousaf's subjective opinion. This is the ICJ who have said that Israel is in breach of its obligations against apartheid and racial segregation. That's first and foremost why the comparison is being made. And secondly, that yes, we know that in particularly the 70s and 80s, the measures taken by international community, by nations across the world to isolate South Africa, to essentially boycott South Africa, particularly in relation to sporting and cultural events, and to impose meaningful sanctions, was the only way that ended up resulting in the dismantling of the apartheid regime. So all these statements of condemnation, these feeble words that are coming from presidents and prime ministers across the world in relation to Israel's actions are falling on deaf ears. The only language that Israel will understand, I believe, is meaningful sanctions.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of South Africa, I mean, the sanctions took 3 decades from the early 1960s to the late 1980s to have the full effect. And of course, the UK and the United States came on board very late in the game. And, you know, the people of Gaza don't have 3 decades to wait. But do you think the bottom line is that Washington can stop Israel? And why don't they?
Yes, you're right. Of course, people of Gaza don't have 3 decades. They barely have days. I mean, there is mass starvation, deliberate mass starvation, of course, which the IPC has confirmed is famine in Gaza City, likely to spread across the whole strip. So we need urgent action, meaningful action, tough action that is going to ensure that Israel changes course. But of course, you're right. As long as the United States provides carte blanche, then Israel will continue, I'm afraid, to commit breaches of international law with impunity. So what has to happen? I think if you are truly an ally of the United States, then all of those that might have influence with Trump's White House have to stop pandering, have to stop simply turning up to the White House full of platitudes and praise, but actually begin to say that, look, we are facing a genocide that is taking place. I don't think there's anybody that seriously doubts that anymore. And we do not want to be complicit in it. And we do not want you to be complicit in it. So, look, there has to be measures that are taken. And if the United States is unhappy at those measures, then I would urge countries to work in concert with each other in the way that, for example, Ireland, Norway and Spain did last year in order to come together and collectively recognise the state of Palestine. But urgent action is needed. Otherwise, there won't be tens of thousands of people that will lose their life. It will be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
Hamza, yesterday we spoke to an Israeli academic who suggested that the people of Gaza be relocated or rehoused, I think he said, to other countries. And he gave Indonesia as being one of the other countries where they might be rehoused. I mean, what's your reading of what Israel is trying to do in Gaza and, for that matter, in the West Bank? What are they trying to achieve?
Ethnic cleansing. I mean, it is the textbook definition of ethnic cleansing to forcibly remove one people and replace them with another people. That is the textbook definition of ethnic cleansing. And of course, Israel has form. If I think about my wife's grandmother, who was 16 years old when the Nakba happened in 1948, she was living in her home in a town called Julis, which no longer exists, near what is now called Ashkelon. She was told to leave her house for a couple of weeks, and when the fighting calmed down, then she'd be able to go back home. 77 years later, she, of course, will never return home. She's been made a refugee for a second time, and she was, of course, one of around 700,000 who were forcibly displaced, removed, dispossessed from their homes in 1948. So Israel has form of forcibly removing and ethnically cleansing people from their land. And that is exactly what they want to do with Gaza. Now, if Israel does not stop, not only will they completely flatten, as they have done, Gaza and populate it and ethnically cleanse the population, the real prize for them, of course, is the West Bank, where they've already continuing to approve illegal settlement after illegal settlement. So this is a rogue nation, and the only language a rogue nation will understand will be meaningful sanctions and tough action from the international community.
Specifically on this idea of Indonesia, I mean, what's your reaction when you hear someone saying, an academic in Israel, saying that the people of one place should be moved tens of thousands of kilometers away and transplanted, so to speak, to Indonesia? What goes through your mind when you hear that?
Well, I think every decent-minded person will think that that is an atrocious suggestion, which is an attempt to ethnically cleanse a population. But let's be clear, if anybody sees the clips, translated clips of Israeli talk shows or a number of Israeli politicians, including, of course, senior government ministers, that will not come as a surprise. They openly talk about, nay, they boast about ethnically cleansing the population of Gaza. So I don't think ever in my lifetime have I seen both a genocide live streamed and those who are committing the crimes boast in open about their intentions with the population to ethnically cleanse them. So we're being told what Israel wants to do, and the international community, I'm afraid, is passive, letting it happen, and it's people of Gaza that are suffering as a result.
We all watch coverage of what's happening in Gaza all around the world. People are seeing the horrific images, and then we hear Israeli officials giving justifications or denials for what we're seeing. What personally is the thing or the message you hear from Israeli commentators or senior figures that you find most irritating and most dishonest? Is there one thing that really stands out for you?
Well, a number of things. But of course, when the Prime Minister of Israel talks about the IDF being the most moral army in the world, I'm afraid the nation is becoming the most immoral nation in the world, because what it is doing, the government is doing, is, of course, war crime after war crime, whether it was 5-year-old Hind Rajab, who was in a car peppered with 335 bullets, whether it's journalists, whether it's humanitarian workers, whether it's hospitals, whether it's schools being bombed. Every single convention, even in war times and conflict, is being broken by Israel and broken with impunity, breached with impunity. And what I would say to the international community is, if you even take Gaza and Palestine out of the picture for a minute, what you are doing is setting a precedent that says that every single country can now have impunity to break international law, because there'll be no accountability. There'll be no accountability even if there's an ICC arrest warrant wanted in your name. And the global ramifications for that make our world a far more dangerous place, not a safer one.
Turning our attentions to where you are now in the United Kingdom, I'm just wondering how divisive this issue of the plight of the Palestinians is there in the UK. I mean, would it be too simplistic to say the division is on political lines, left, right, or is it more complicated than that?
It is more complicated than that. Look, there's good people, even in, for example, the Conservative Party, who have been advocating for the rights of the Palestinian people. I give a special mention to Kit Malthouse MP, who I think has made some phenomenally good contributions in the House of Commons. And he's a Conservative Member of Parliament, who again is not talking about being pro-Palestinian or pro-Arab or pro-Muslim, but simply pro-humanity. So there are people across society, across nationalities, political divides, backgrounds, ethnicities, who again are not supporting the Palestinian cause because they somehow are biased towards Arabs, Palestinians or Muslims. It's because they are witnessing the scenes of genocide live streamed on our televisions every day and saying humanity is losing here, that we are losing every shred and every ounce of our humanity if we do not stop this. And there cannot be repercussions and there cannot be accountability for the slaughter of 17,000 children and over 60,000 innocent men, women and children.
You didn't mention the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer or David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary there. Do you think they are simply not speaking up enough? Their actions and words are inadequate?
I think they're in danger of being complicit. That's the problem. They are making statements that say that the actions of Israel are indefensible. I think David Lammy yesterday described the situation as a moral outrage. Well, you cannot claim it as indefensible and it's a moral outrage and yet continue to sell arms, weapons, provide intelligence, give support, continue to support the infrastructure of occupation and indeed genocide that is taking place at the moment. So, of course, their actions are wholly inadequate and I'm afraid are, in my view, making them complicit in one of the worst crimes of the century, and certainly the worst crime that I've ever seen in my lifetime.
just watching British television, there's been, some protests in the last couple of days. I mean, there are always protests, it seems, but I mean, there does seem to be a tense political climate in the United Kingdom at the moment and a rising nationalist sentiment, which isn't new, but the trend seems to be continuing. I mean, what do you make of what you're seeing? And do you see this issue of the plight of the Palestinians as somehow feeding into this political set of circumstances?
Well, look, frankly, every single issue ends up being sucked into the culture wars that seem to be consuming the UK, Europe, and most of the Western world. I could tell you that the sky is blue outside, and somehow that would be a controversial statement that I'm making. So the culture war, I'm afraid, is consuming every single issue, including, of course, the Palestinian cause. In terms of the so-called anti-immigration protests that we're witnessing in the UK, including we've seen some here in Scotland, are not happening in a vacuum. You've had 20 years, if not more, of anti-migrant rhetoric from the main political parties in Westminster, whether they've been Labour or Tory. And that, of course, at a time when this country requires immigration. We have the lowest birth rates on record. We have an ageing population, and that, of course, is the story of the Western European continent. This country and this continent, indeed, relies on immigration. It relies on the contribution that migrants make, and yet has created the most hostile atmosphere for migration. And it will lead to not only societal catastrophe, but economic collapse.
And yet, I mean, looking at the latest opinion polls, it seems like the Reform Party, with Nigel Farage very much as its figurehead, are riding high in the polls. What do you make of that? I mean, are we looking, do you think, at the future Prime Minister of the UK, Nigel Farage?
I don't think there's a single political commentator that would bet against Nigel Farage, at the very least being the leader of the opposition, possibly even getting the keys to 10 Downing Street, and shudder at the thought that this is a man who's claimed, often insinuated, that Muslims don't share British values, that has said that some Muslims are a fifth column in this country trying to kill us. If there is a dog whistle to be blown, then you will find Nigel Farage at the front of the queue with his lips pursed and ready to blow. So we have here a very dangerous individual. His reason for support, of course, is because of the political failures, particularly of Westminster parties. We've seen with the last Conservative government, the biggest fall in the living standards since records began. So if people's weekly shop has gone up, if their mortgage has gone up, their rent has gone up, their electricity bill, their gas bill, all of these bills have gone up, and they've had a Conservative Party, a Labour Party, then of course they're going to try something new, something different. And that's why I think Reform are seeing their support in the polls riding high, including here in Scotland, where I am. That should worry every single decent-minded person.
Right, you say you shudder at the thought of Nigel Farage as the future British Prime Minister. And as a Muslim, I'm wondering what that would mean for you, such a prospect. What would it mean for you and your family? Would you go and live somewhere else? Would you sort of close the door on the UK?
Well, look, I wouldn't want to do that. I love Scotland. It's my country. I was born here, raised here, raising a family here, and I had the great honour and privilege of serving my country, both as a government minister, but also, of course, for a period as the head of government, as the First Minister of Scotland. So, you could cut me in half and I would bleed Scotland. So I don't want to leave my country and wouldn't want to be forced out of my country. At the same time, the other role, responsibility, in fact, the most important role and responsibility I have is as a father. And with the United Kingdom becoming more and more hostile to Muslims, to the point where we've had bricks thrown through mosque windows, we've had the attempted terrorist attack in a mosque in Scotland, in fact, with the individual, a teenager, being charged to 10 years in prison for his affiliation with neo-Nazism and his attempt at that terror attack against a mosque in the west of Scotland. So if the climate becomes so unsafe for Muslims, many Muslims, myself included, of course, will be questioning whether our children can possibly be safe in this country. And if not, then we will be elsewhere. And again, that will not be good, clearly, for society, I would argue. It certainly won't help the economy of the country if all the Muslims decide to pack up and go elsewhere, as many in the far right have been calling for.
Okay, and just, I mean, before we just close and one last question about Gaza, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, you're quoted as having said sometime last year that people make a living out of vilifying Muslims. And I mean, obviously it sounds like you think Nigel Farage is one of them. Who else did you have in mind when you said that?
Well, I think there's plenty of examples you can see online of these hate preachers. Today I just saw a woman who is looking to be, I think, a Republican candidate in Texas, taking a flamethrower to a Quran in the name of free speech. And that is the kind of world we're living in. Somebody who wants to be taken seriously as a candidate in the local parliament, Senate, taking such action. So there are plenty of people, I'm afraid, who have made a living and are making a living of being rabidly anti-Muslim, and many of them get platformed. You will hear, many an anti-Muslim statement that I can point to from the likes of Melanie Phillips, and yet she is given a platform in the BBC with regularity. So time and time again, Islamophobia, the hatred of Muslims, is not just accepted, but is platformed on our mainstream. And that is entirely, in my view, unacceptable.
And that's a good place to end this conversation, because I wanted to wrap up by asking you about your criticism of British broadcasters, in particular with regards to their choices of words relating to the situation in Gaza. What sort of words do you criticise them for using or not using? And do you think British broadcasters have an agenda on this issue?
Well, I think what a lot of broadcasters, and I put the BBC in this category, attempt to do in the name of impartiality is bring balance to a situation that's fundamentally imbalanced. So how on earth can you bring balance to a situation where one group of people, in the case of Gaza, do not have an army, are not an independent nation, who are being bombarded by one of the most sophisticated military machines that are dropping 2,000-pound bombs on their heads? That's not a balanced situation. That situation is systemically and fundamentally imbalanced. And so what we see from, often again, the BBC, but they're not the only one, is such poor choice. One has to wonder if it is deliberately poor choice of wording in order to mask the true reality of what is happening. And that can be in the West Bank, where the BBC recently had a headline calling settlements a controversial plan. They're not controversial, they're illegal, of course, under international law. Or often when they're reporting about Gaza, they simply mention that people, dozens of people were killed. Well, killed by whom? And often talking about the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza, but not when they mention Israel, don't mention the fact that is a government led by a man who's wanted by the ICC for war crimes. And look, the other thing I would say about, I'm afraid, that Western media, that with a few notable exceptions, because there has been some notable exceptions, the fact that so many journalists have been killed in Gaza, you have barely heard a peep from Western journalists about their colleagues being slaughtered in such numbers. And I think that is extremely shameful and extremely regrettable.
Okay, well, it's been great speaking to Humza Yousaf, former First Minister of Scotland. Thank you for your time. And I do hope that if you're in the Middle East, you will come and talk to us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Tensions are rising not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank, where unrest has grown since the war began on the 7th of October 2023. Well, in the latest Israeli army raid, the Red Crescent says 14 people were injured, 7 by live fire. Well, the Israeli army has been carrying out systematic raids across the West Bank, targeting population centres. Well, the most recent one struck a currency exchange in Ramallah, which the Israeli army said was being used to fund Hamas's militant activities. Well, roughly $447,000 were seized during the operation. That's according to Israeli officials. Meanwhile, turning our attention to Gaza, and the US President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is back in the spotlight. The US President is due to hold a meeting today on the territory's post-war future. That's according to his envoy, Steve Witkoff. Well, the world now awaits to see what the US President envisions for the war-torn strip. His proposal has so far imagined turning Gaza into a luxury hub, what he called, in his own words, the Riviera of the Middle East. Well, that plan drew sharp criticism from both the EU and Arab nations, especially because it involved the relocation of some 2 million Gazans. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ambassador Dr. Omar Awad Allah, who is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, mediators have circulated a draft ceasefire and hostage release deal. We understand Hamas accepted that deal, and yet Israel hasn't given an official response. Why do you think Israel isn't responding?
Thank you for having me. We do believe that Israel is not interested in ending this war. They want to continue with their genocidal war against the Palestinian people. They're still pushing and pressuring our people in Gaza for the forcible displacement and to go out of Gaza. This is the Israeli project, and we believe that Mr. Netanyahu is not interested in the lives of the Palestinians or in the lives of the hostages and prisoners. He's about himself and about continuing this war up until the ending this project by transferring the Palestinian people or annihilating all the Palestinian people.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a guest already this week here on Arabiya English who suggested perhaps the people of Gaza, he didn't mention people in the West Bank, but the people of Gaza, he said, could be relocated to Sinai or even Indonesia, which is, of course, tens of thousands of kilometers away. That was a suggestion that came from an academic in Israel. I mean, what do you make of suggestions like that? How would you rebut that?
Actually, we have the Arab League resolutions, the resolutions by the OIC, the Islamic Cooperation Organization, and we believe that this is unacceptable, and the Arab world will not accept us taking this decision by refusing any kind of transfer of the Palestinian people. This is a red line, and we will never accept that. The Arab world and Indonesia and other Islamic countries, they did not accept. I will never accept this because this is a war crime, and no one will be joining Netanyahu and his government in committing such a crime against the Palestinian people. We are Palestinians. We will stay here. This is our homeland. And anyone who wants us to be transferred out of this land, they can go out of this land, but not us.
We've heard from the new, well, let's say 4-month-old Pope, the American Pope Leo XIV. He, of course, leads 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. Today, he demanded that Israel stop what he called the collective punishment and the forced displacement of the Palestinians. Of course, collective punishment is something that flies in the face of international law. And I'm wondering whether you think the Pope's words carry weight. And do you think that this quite strong statement will change anything?
I think it is a strong statement. It's a moral and legal voice because transferring any of the Palestinians, including our Christians that are now in Gaza, they are also facing this genocide and this brutal occupation in Gaza. For sure, the Pope, he has that moral and legal and the voice that we want to hear from all other players all over the world. Collective punishment is a crime, but what we are facing actually in Gaza is a genocide and is a war crime, the crimes against humanity. We think that these voices, adding to those voices that already announced at the international arena against this genocidal war, can bring results, including by taking actions against the Israeli occupation, against the Israeli practices and measures, the genocide in Gaza. We believe that these voices should transferred and translated into actions by sanctioning this illegal regime, the Israeli illegal regime, by taking actions.
Yeah, I was going to say, because when I was doing my research, Dr. Awadallah, I saw that you described the situation as apartheid colonialism in the 21st century. And of course, you urge the international community not just to speak up, but to do things. Which countries do you think should be doing what?
You know, if we can recall the United Nations report about the famine, the man-made famine in Gaza, this report just divided the world into 3 categories. One category, these states with shame because they are silent. The other category, the states that are complicit in the crime of genocide and famine. Third, states that are principled and they are following the international law and they are principled and abide by international law, and they respect international law and taking decisions and actions against Israel. I don't want to divide actually the world into these countries, but it is very clear that those who are silent, they should be ashamed. Those who are complicit, they should stop this complicity against our people by the complicity in the crime of genocide. And those who are principled, they should work more and work hard actually to change the opinion of the other two states, the other two categories, to come and join these efforts to implement the international law in Palestine. Actually, what Israel is doing is not only harming the Palestinian people, it's harming all the international community, because Israel is normalizing the attack on civilians, normalizing the attack on hospitals, normalizing the attack on your colleagues, the journalists 2 days ago. They are attacking every civilian, and now they are having this famine and using the famine and starvation as a method of war. We believe it's clear, crystal clear, that the international community should take decisions. And today we have a Security Council meeting, and we are calling all states to take decisions, to put forward resolutions under Chapter 7 to resolve this, and to act now to stop the genocide and the extended actually genocide to the West Bank, as you mentioned just minutes ago.
Sure, and I wanted to ask you, there are countries like the United Kingdom and France that have said that they are going to recognise the state of Palestine. Which category would you put those two countries in? And do you think their declaration will actually change anything?
You said it just a minute ago that we are now asking countries to take actions, not only words. But we value these countries that are going to recognise the state of Palestine, because this is a practical step. This is actionable issue, and this is not a mere symbolic issue. It's actionable, that sends good messages, big messages to the Palestinian people, that we see you while you are facing existential threat by Israel. We are supporting your right to life, your right to exist. And to Israel, they are sending a message that you are not sovereign over the Palestinian territory, and you cannot continue with killing the Palestinians and denying them their right to self-determination, and a message to the international community that if we want really to uphold the two-state solution, this is the practical step. So we put France and UK in the category of the principled states that are willing to take actions, and they are taking actions, because UK, they already put Smotrich and Ben Gvir as terrorists on the list of terrorism in their countries, and they are denying them the entry to UK, and other brave countries already and bold countries took the same decisions, that putting those terrorists on the list of terrorism, their national list of terrorism. So this is actions that we are asking countries to take more actions, like such actions toward sanctioning this regime.
We've been covering the situation in Gaza since this channel began a year ago, and I've been covering it for a year before that, obviously since the beginning of the war in Gaza. And there's some very strong language associated with what's happening there. Most recently, as you mentioned, famine. There's also the accusation of genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, crimes against humanity, indictments at the International Criminal Court. Why have none of these announcements, none of these extremely serious sorts of language and choices of word and actions caused a reconsideration by Israel? Why won't Israel reconsider?
Actually, because Israel is a rogue state. Israel thinks that they are above the international law. It's ruled by war criminals. Mr. Netanyahu himself, he's a war criminal, and he's wanted before the International Court, Criminal Court. So he's a war criminal, and the Troika and the Israeli government are terrorists, and they are settlers. And if you look at the International Court of Justice and their determination about settlements and settlers that should be evacuated, that this is illegal regime and should be end as rapidly as possible. So Israel, as a rogue state, they are not interested in international law. The way that they are strive more is in war. It's a war cabinet. It's a war government. This is how they conduct their business, by committing crimes, and the worst and the heinous crime the crime of genocide against the Palestinian people. So we believe that the only way for this government to stop this genocide is by states take actions and take sanctions and put some consequences on such governments by political, economical, trade sanctions on Israel. This is the only way to act now and to let this government to stop what they are doing against our people in Gaza or in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem.
Let's turn our attention to what's happening in Washington today. President Trump hosting a White House meeting on post-war plans for Gaza. Does that give you a sense of optimism?
You know, the current American administration, this is the administration that they brought the first ceasefire. And Mr. Trump, when he was elected, the ceasefire became true, and we had a ceasefire that Israel broke in January, actually. So we believe that if the American administration wants to bring a ceasefire, they can do that by pressuring Israel. Maybe the only administration that can put pressure on Israel to stop this war, to stop this genocide, is the American administration. We as Palestinians, we all always optimistic, and we are looking forward. And we believe that the only way out is by stopping this war, stop this aggression, and stop this genocide against the Palestinian people. And we believe that those who are principled, they can bring a ceasefire. But unfortunately, yet we do not see any actionable by the American administration or any other international player to put an end to this genocide. Today we will be monitoring and we will be following what is really happening in Washington at the American administration and in the Security Council in New York at the same time. And if the Americans are serious about ending this war and this genocide, they can go to the Security Council and submit a resolution under the Chapter 7 to end this war and to compel Israel to accept the international law and the rules of the international law. The resolution 2735, it was an American-made resolution. Unfortunately, Israel never implemented any of these resolutions. So we believe we need more pressure on Israel, and we're still looking at what today the American administration will come up, especially after the massacre yesterday and the massacre the day before and today's massacre and the famine that is happening in Gaza. We believe that America can be at the third category that I mentioned if they want to be at the principled, category of the world that are principled with international law and fulfilling the international law and the international legitimacy.
Let's turn our attention to where you are. You're speaking to us from Ramallah in the West Bank. And of course, there have been considerable tensions there this week. There's been the announcement of yet more settlement expansion there. What is the situation like today?
Actually, you made an easy word. It's more than tension. It's an extension of genocide to the West Bank. It's an ethnic cleansing, as you said it before. It's an apartheid regime that Israel trying to entrench in the occupied Palestinian territory. They are using their settlers, their terrorist settlers, to attack the Palestinian villages under the cover and the protection of the Israeli occupation army. The situation is horrible. It's not less vicious and brutal than what is really happening in Gaza Strip. It is the same. Israel is attacking all aspects of lives here. Now they are trying to start with their colonial project, which called E1, that will separate the West Bank and will divide the West Bank into two separate entities, two separate units, actually, without any viability, without any connectivity. This is the textbooks, as in the textbooks, the name of the apartheid and the rightful of how they want to dominate the Palestinian people and to segregate the Palestinian people. So the situation is horrific. The people are dying. At the north of the West Bank, we have more than 40,000 people forcibly transferred out of their houses. Their houses were demolished, actually, so nowhere to go back. At the same time, there is attacks on the holy sites in Jerusalem. Israel is doing every violation in the international law and in the Geneva Conventions and in the Rome Statute. Israel is a war criminal, and it is ruled by war criminals, and we believe that they are trying to continue with this war against our people because they are not interested in any way or another for the Middle East to be a calm Middle East, or in a way or another have peace or security or prosperity in the Middle East.
I mean, just lastly, I mean, when you talk about further divisions in the West Bank along the lines that you just mentioned, I mean, what do plans like that do for the ambition of a two-state solution? Do they make that ambition no longer viable?
It's the independence of the state of Palestine is not an ambition. It's a right for the Palestinian people. It's a historic, it's a legal, it's natural right for the Palestinian people to have their state and to achieve their right to self-determination. I think we had a great opportunity and great momentum in New York in last July, when we had that conference, the peace conference, that was co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. That is an opportunity. That is an initiative for peace that will be, instead of the initiative of death that Netanyahu is trying to impose in the West Bank. So we believe that there is opportunity if anyone wants to take that opportunity and to use that opportunity for peace and security and stability in the region and in the Middle East. We have that conference that was held in New York, and with the good declaration and the annex to that declaration that we all can endorse and work accordingly to implement the two-state solution by ending the illegal occupation and by dismantle the Israeli illegal regime and apartheid regime, and to dismantle the settlements regime and to evacuate all settlers out of the Palestinian territory. If we want opportunity, if we want a peace plan, if we want a plan, we have that conference, we have that outcome, we have that declaration where we can work toward ending this illegality that is happening in the Middle East, not only in Palestine, and to resolve the peace and security problem in the Middle East, which is the question of Palestine. There is an opportunity. Settlements, in a way or another, they will be dismantled. They cannot be here forever. The occupation will end, and we will be confront this occupation by peaceful means and by using the international law and the efforts and the good efforts by our brothers, the Saudis and friends, the French, by the conference that was held, as I said, in New York in last July. And we will continue on that effort in upcoming September in the General Assembly to fulfill the outcome of this declaration toward the fulfillment of the independence of the State of Palestine and the two-state solution as the practical step toward having peace and security and prosperity in the region.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Awadallah, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Palestinian Authority. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, in addition to developments in Lebanon, there have also been significant developments in neighbouring Syria the past couple of days. Well, Syrian state media is reporting that Israeli forces carried out an airborne raid near Damascus after multiple strikes on the site. Well, Israel has not confirmed that operation, which would be deepest inside Syria since President Ahmad al-Shara took power in December of last year. Well, Shara has increasingly accused Israel of seeking to expand its influence in the region. Well, Syria is one of the topics that I will be discussing with my next guest. Well, we can speak now to Christophe Lemoine, who is a spokesperson for the French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, who joins me now from the Quai d'Orsay, the French Foreign Ministry, in the heart of the French capital. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. There's some news just into us, actually, about sanctions being reimposed on Tehran by 3 European countries. France is one of them. Could you explain to us why France has decided to take this action?
Well, as you know, we've had a very long negotiation with Iran in the framework of this agreement, which is called the JCPOA, which is the agreement that was reached in 2015. And the three European countries have been always privileging dialogue and a diplomatic solution to the Iranian nuclear crisis. Yet, Iran has not made, the needed effort to reach a good point and to reach the negotiations. So this is the reason why that the three European countries decided today to action one measure of the 2015 agreement, which is called the snapback, which is the possibility that is offered to every party to reimpose sanction if requirements are not met. And this is the point of what was done today. But there is a 30 days delay in which we hope that the Iranians will go back to the table of the negotiations. But what was done today is just, engaging this snapback clause and, sending a strong message to Tehran that they should come back to the table of the negotiation.
Okay, so this scenario can be averted. What's your message to Iran? What should they do during these next 30 days?
Well, the message to Iran is the same that the message that has been given to Iran for the last years. Again, there is no credibility in the, Iranian nuclear program and no credibility in terms of a civilian program. All this, Iran should comply to the provisions of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and those negotiations should be resuming, so that we will reach a point where we will make a deal with Iran on its nuclear program. And the message is only this one. So what was done today is a strong signal to Iran that negotiations should resume and we should obtain a result diplomatically through negotiation.
There are lots of topics I want to discuss with you, and I want to turn our attention now to Gaza. And we heard President Macron at the beginning of the week saying that the latest Israeli strikes in Gaza, particularly the one that struck a hospital, were quote-unquote intolerable. Just tell us, what is the French government's position with regard to the situation in Gaza?
Well, the French position is very clear, and we've been saying it for many weeks now. There is no military solution to the situation in Gaza, and in that framework, the Israeli strikes are not justified and intolerable. They should be a political and diplomatical solution that would, lead to the creation of a Palestinian state, to what we call the two-state solution, of the two states living side by side in peace and security. Because what we see now in Gaza is that the military operation of Israel brings chaos in Gaza, brings hunger, and brings a humanitarian situation that is absolutely not tolerable. So this should stop, and there should be a movement towards a political solution, a diplomatic solution, where there could be a Palestinian state living side to side with the Israeli state.
And yet, earlier in the month, President Macron did announce his intention to recognize a Palestinian state. And that's something the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says is going to fuel anti-Semitism in France. What does France say to that accusation?
It's absolutely wrong. I mean, France has been, always on the side of Israel when it went to, anti-Semitic aggression, and that was the case of the massacre, the horrible massacre of the 7th October 2023. We've been condemning very strongly what was an anti-Semitic, massacre that day, and we've been, condemning, and we will condemn always anything that has to do with anti-Semitism. Yet the situation is such that there is no military way out. There is no military solution to the situation in Gaza. So there has to be a political solution, and recognizing a Palestinian state is one stone brought to this two-state solution that I was talking about. There is no recognition of two-state solution when there is no recognition of the Palestinian state. And this is why that was announced by President Macron. So this recognition is a signal to go forward, and to go forward towards peace, and to go forward towards stability, and to go forward towards a situation where there could be, for Israelis and for Palestinians, the possibility to live side by side in peace and in security.
It's been a very busy week at your ministry, sir. The week began with the US ambassador to France, Charles Kushner, being summoned by the ministry. He's angered, he says, that the president is not doing enough to fight anti-Semitism in France. He didn't actually attend the meeting. His chargé d'affaires was there in his place. But what was the point of that meeting?
Well, the point of that meeting was very clear. There is one rule in between states in terms of international relation, and one rule that is clear: you don't intervene into national politics. And that's something that all the states will do around the world. And by saying, with this declaration, Ambassador Kushner was, missing within French internal policy, and that was the point of this meeting and of this convocation. This principle of non-immixtion into national politics is entwined in the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations between states. It's Article 51, and that was the message given to the chargé that Ambassador Kushner was not supposed to make comments about French national politics.
And how did the meeting go?
It went well.
Okay. I want to ask you about another subject, Lebanon. Another subject very much in the news, really, for the last 12 months, but particularly the last couple of days. And Lebanon is traditionally very much in the French sphere of influence, isn't it? And yet this week it's been very much the Trump administration that's been in town. They seem to be generating the headlines, leading the discussions. How involved does France continue to be in Lebanon's affairs?
Well, that the situation in Lebanon is, as you mentioned, carefully followed here in Paris. And you remember that there was a ceasefire agreement that was signed between Lebanon and Israel with the United States and France, and it was the agreement of November 2024. And this agreement is still the framework in which we work with the Israelis and with the Lebanese to restore the peace in the south of the country. So France is still very much involved in the situation in Lebanon. We're still, participating actively in the monitoring framework of the ceasefire, and we're still in close contact with our Lebanese partners, the Israelis, as well as with the Americans. Again, there is one priority for Lebanon, is to restore the stability and the peace in the southern part of the country, with disarming the Hezbollah and returning to a complete control of the Lebanese army.
And in neighbouring Syria, Paris, again, involved, Paris brokering talks between the different factions in Syria. Just what is France's level of cooperation with the new leadership in Damascus?
Well, there is a cooperation ongoing with the new authorities in Damascus. You remember that, acting President Sharaa was in Paris in May, where he met, President Macron. And we're still, confident that the new authorities in Syria will keep their engagement to have an inclusive democratic transition, which means that, a transition that it will engulf all the components of the Syrian society, whether religious or ethnic or political component of the Syrian society. So we're still, very careful about those things. We're still in close contacts with the Syrian authorities about this. And of course, we saw what happened, in the northern part of the country with the Alawites, or in the southern part of the country with the Druze community. And we're still very, following very closely the situation, and we're still in close contact with them. Yet, We also are very supportive to those authorities because we've been contributing to the lifting of the sanctions that were, against them in Brussels, especially the European sanctions, to help the country restart, especially economically. So we're still in close contact with the Syrian authorities, and we're still, helping them, restart the country, but in the same time being very careful about the democratic transition.
I want to move to Ukraine. And the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill once said, "If you give in to aggression, there will be no end to the humiliation you'll have to suffer." And yet we're looking at a situation where Washington appears to favor making concessions to President Putin. And I'm wondering whether France's desired outcome in this is more in line with Winston Churchill or President Trump.
Well, it's complicated to make some comparison because Winston Churchill was, British Prime Minister a long time ago. But what is true is that France is very committed into supporting Ukraine to reach, a ceasefire and a peace agreement that guarantees the security of Ukraine, because the security of Ukraine is in a way also the security of the European continent. So there are active discussions, especially, of course, with the Ukrainian, but also with our American partners. We share the objective expressed by President Trump of ending the conflict very soon. We're following very carefully, the discussions that he had a few days ago with Vladimir Putin. And we're still, supporting very much a solution that will allow Ukraine to regain its sovereignty and to have, concrete and solid security guarantees.
Okay, now, broadly speaking, how would you characterize France's view of the threat posed by Moscow?
Well, the threat posed by Moscow is now very clear. And what happened in Ukraine in 2022, but what happened in Ukraine in 2014, what happened in Georgia in 2028, it's always the same scenario. Russia wants to regain territories. Russia is aggressive. Russia doesn't hear any argument in terms of negotiation, in terms of international law. They're just, behaving very aggressively. So we know that, and the only stance that we can have is to show Russia that no, it's not going to work that way.
And just lastly, one of the other top headline news stories really this whole week has been the stability of the French government. The Prime Minister, François Bayrou, surprised everyone on Monday announcing that there would be a confidence vote. That's going to happen on the 8th of September. It's a bit of a gamble, and the idea is to break deadlock surrounding plans to reduce French debt levels. You know all of that, but that's for the benefit of our audience. This all carries an element of risk, doesn't it? And I'm just wondering, what was the Prime Minister's calculation in announcing that confidence vote?
Well, the procedure triggered by Prime Minister Bayrou is fully constitutional. That's Article 49.1 of the French Constitution. That is right, to call for a confidence vote. And that will happen on the 8th of September. So we will see what is the outcome of the vote.
Okay, and what happens if he loses? I mean, will there be new national elections?
That I cannot tell you. The Constitution says that if you lose the confidence vote, then the government falls and that you will have to reform a new government.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how events unfold. But we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, covering lots of different topics.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Christophe Lemoine, thank you for your time, sir. In other news, India has been hit with some of the highest tariffs in the world. This after the US President Donald Trump slapped a 50% tax on Indian goods. His reason? Because of India's purchase of Russian oil and weapons. Well, as the world's fifth largest economy and one of America's closest trading partners, this could shake up global trade. Well, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has struck back, urging his country to focus on self-reliance. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Stephen Vaughan, former United States Trade Representative and former General Counsel to the US Trade Representative. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. What's President Trump aiming to achieve here with these hefty tariffs that have just taken effect on India?
Well, I think he's, first of all, we've had a number of trade disputes with India down through the years. They run a fairly significant trade surplus with the United States, and that's been a concern of the U.S. government for a long time. But I think he's also been very much affected by the ongoing trade between the U.S., between India and Russia. And he's made very clear that he's not happy with India buying so much Russian oil. He feels like that's supporting some of the activities that Russia's undertaking in Ukraine. And I think this is part of an effort to get them to engage and to take that issue more seriously.
And which sectors of the Indian economy do you think are going to be most hard hit?
I think it's not so much, obviously manufacturing will take a hit. They have a very robust manufacturing sector and obviously they would normally be looking to sort of grow and take more market share, particularly given the tariffs on China. So that's going to be a challenge for them. It's also going to make it more difficult for them as people are looking for alternatives to China and potential different ways of serving the U.S. market. It's going to make it harder for India to compete for that business. So I would say basically anything in the manufacturing sector, anything where they might otherwise have more of an opportunity to take sales from China.
I mean, this is a major economy we're talking about here. More than 1 billion people live in India. We're talking about the 5th biggest economy in the world. And it is, in fact, according to some estimates, the world's fastest growing economy. Do you think this is going to change that? Do you think that speed of growth is going to come down a few notches as a result of these tariffs?
Oh, I certainly think it's going to be a challenge for them. I mean, obviously they have an export-oriented economy, and like a lot of countries, they've sort of looked to build up a lot of capacity in that market and try to serve other countries by exporting. The U.S. is, if you're an exporter, the U.S. is the best market in the world. There's no other market that's been as open. There's no other big country that's been willing to run the type of trade deficits that we've been willing to run. There's no other market that has the kind of distribution system that we have. So it's just a really great market to be in, and it's going to be very difficult, I think, for them to maintain their current trajectory if they don't have access to this market.
But they do have other trade partners, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Gulf countries. I mean, do you think they're simply going to redirect their efforts to countries they perceive as being less hostile as trading partners?
I'm sure they're going to try that, but there's a couple of problems. First of all, there's not any other economy that's as big as the U.S. and as open as the U.S. China is a big economy. It's not a very open economy. Europe is already facing a large amount of pressure on its own end in terms of, increasing volumes of imports that they're seeing from China and from other markets. And then once you get beyond those two economies, you don't have the same scale really anywhere else. So I think it is going to be a real challenge for them to try to replace any lost sales to the U.S. market.
The Indian Prime Minister is set to visit China at the end of this month. Some might argue that the United States has thrust India into the very open arms of China. What would you say to that?
I mean, look, I think that, again, the problem here is that India is supporting Russia and helping Russia to get around our sanctions. So it's going to be difficult to go to U.S. policymakers and say, we need to be doing more favors for India at a time when India is taking such a hostile line in terms of its own attitude toward geopolitical issues. So I think that's going to be a difficult argument to make over here.
Do you think there's a message in here for the rest of the world, which is, when the United States imposes sanctions on a country, you simply do not try to circumvent them? Is that the key message contained in this?
Well, I think the Americans are look, I think more and more, I think Americans appreciate the importance of this market, what a great resource it is, not only for us, but for the rest of the world. And I think that what the president is talking about a lot and trying to get other countries to realize is that trading with the United States is a privilege. and it's a great privilege, and it can really do a lot of good for your country. But it is a privilege, and if you don't want to be cooperative with us, and you want to be independent, and you want to pursue totally policies that we regard as hostile or adverse to our interests, that's obviously your right as a free and sovereign country. But it is going to have consequences in terms of how much access you have to this market. And I definitely think that is something that the Americans are going to take more seriously going forward. And I think it's something that the rest of the world is going to take more seriously.
Do you think this is going to have lasting effects on the relationship between Washington and New Delhi? Do you think this is going to damage ties in the medium to longer term?
I mean, I think a lot of it's obviously up to the policymakers in India. I mean, the U.S. has been doing trade policy for a long time. We've had a lot of trade disputes. We used to have a lot of trade disputes with Japan back in the 70s and 80s. We used to have a lot of trade disputes. We've had trade disputes with Europe for decades. And we've never really let it undermine our willingness to cooperate on geopolitical issues when we can. So I think it's up to them. I think they have choices to make in terms of what kind of a relationship they want to have with the United States. I think the president's been very clear. The president's been very careful not to criticize Mr. Modi by name or his policies or anything like that, like we've seen him do with some other leaders. He's definitely leaving the door open to have conversations to work this out. And I think it's very likely that over time you'll see very productive negotiations between India and the United States.
I mean, Mr. Trump has been in office now for, getting on 8 months. India isn't an isolated case, is it? There have been lots of other countries that have been subject to quite hefty tariffs. On the issue of tariffs, what's been the scorecard, would you say, for the Trump administration? How has all of this worked out? And do you think things have gone more or less according to plan as far as President Trump is concerned?
Oh, yeah, I think it's been a huge success, to be honest. I mean, first of all, people thought, there was concern about inflation. Inflation is still relatively low. There was concern about supply chain difficulties or shortages. We haven't seen anything like that. Stock market is close to all-time highs. The Congress approved his tax cut measure. Jay Powell is indicating that we may be getting interest rate cuts here fairly soon, which is another thing the president's been looking for. The economic news has generally been quite favorable in recent months, and he's bringing in a lot of new tariff revenues, which he thinks is going to help with some of our fiscal issues. And he got trade deals with the EU, with Japan, with Korea, with the UK, with lots of our other big trading partners. So yes, it has been enormously successful, both in economic terms and in political terms.
And how does the U.S. economy feel at the moment? Does it feel like things are on a roll at the moment?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hope and optimism over here. I mean, you see that in the corporate profit numbers that came out in the last quarter. You see it in sort of how investors are viewing the stock market. You see it in people know these tax cuts are going to kick in, and they know that there's likely going to be lower interest rates. That's going to have positive, favorable developments. So I think you see a lot of optimism over here right now.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, circling back to the case of India, what would be your advice to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for him to rectify the situation and get that trading relationship with the world's largest economy back on track?
I mean, look, India is a great country. They're going to do what they think is in their best interest. But obviously, I think if you want to have, a better trading relationship with the United States, I think you have to look carefully at what Japan did and what the EU did and what Korea has done and what other countries have done. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to make sense to come to the table and sit down with President Trump and work out an arrangement that's going to be beneficial to both countries. And I think the sooner he does that, the better off India will be.
Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us today. Stephen Vaughan, former US Trade Representative. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's get more now. We can cross to Jerusalem and speak to Gershon Baskin, a former Israeli peace negotiator. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. As ever, a pleasure talking to you, Gershon. I just want to pick up on what we were discussing with one of our earlier guests, the academic from Haifa, who suggested evacuations from Gaza unnecessary, and he suggested rehousing the population of Gaza in places like Sinai and Indonesia. I mean, are these widely held opinions in Israel right now?
I think from looking at the policy of the Israeli government, of what they're doing, what their plans are for Gaza, it seems quite evident that what they are going to be trying to do is to push the 2.2 million Gazans into the southwest corner of the Gaza Strip alongside the Sinai border to Egypt. This is a pressure cooker, and the pressure will explode. And I think that the hope of the more extreme elements within the Netanyahu government, even perhaps Netanyahu himself, is that the 2.2 million Gazans will break through the border into Egypt, and we'll have a new reality where people are escaping an active war, trying to save their own lives. You can hardly blame those people for wanting to get out of Gaza, which has been made uninhabitable by Israel during the past 22 months. But there is really no country in the world that I know of that's willing to accept all these Palestinians, both for reasons of politics, of not collaborating with Israel and trying to remove the issue of the rights of the Palestinian people to statehood, to self-determination, along with the sheer economic factor of not willing to take in 2 million refugees into their own countries, which would, we have a big problem of immigration and refugees all over the world today. In Europe, it's a very big problem. It's not less of a problem in countries like Egypt or Indonesia or South Sudan or any other place that Israel says that they're negotiating to take the Palestinians. And Palestinians ideologically, in principle, don't want to leave Gaza. People may feel that they have to leave because their lives are threatened there and they can't live there, but this is not what the Palestinian people want.
Right, and there'll be deep suspicion amongst people, were they to leave Gaza, that they might not be allowed back. And when you look at what's happened the last 70 years, I mean, that's not suspicion that's not entirely unfounded, is it?
No, it's definitely not unfounded. It's a dilemma when I've have friends in Gaza and people who know me who have approached me and say, can you help me leave Gaza? And when I was getting a lot of requests like that, I actually turned to some of my Palestinian friends and I said, this is a dilemma for me because on the personal level, these are friends, these are people I know and respect. And even if I didn't, they're people who are interested in only saving their own lives. But then there's the whole national dilemma of what does this do to the Palestinian cause? Because there are millions of Palestinians in the West Bank, 400,000 Palestinians in East Jerusalem, and of course the 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza who have to have the right to self-determination, to live in freedom in a state of their own, to have security and dignity. And that's also the only way that Israel will have security and dignity and be able to be a member state of this region. So there's the large issue, the macro issue of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and the rights of the Palestinian people. And then there's the individual human level issue of helping people save themselves and find a better life.
Gershon, I just want to pick up on another thing that our earlier guest, the one before you, Professor Kamal Hawash, an academic from the UK, was saying to us a little earlier. And he said this to us before. He said that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, is the greatest criminal of the 21st century. He said the greatest criminals of the 20th century had been in Germany, but in the 21st century, it's the Israeli Prime Minister. I'm wondering how that makes you feel and what you make of that assessment.
I think Netanyahu's in a club with a lot of members, and not necessarily he's number one in the club. But my own feeling toward Netanyahu, or my own assessment regarding Netanyahu, is that he has committed crimes against the Israeli people and the Israeli state. And that's my first concern. And I recognize the war crimes that Israel is committing in Gaza and the accusations of genocide, which are in line with the Convention on the Prevention of Genocide. But for me, as an Israeli citizen, he has committed crimes against us, the people of Israel, and our future. Crimes that my children and my grandchildren will be paying for. And we have a responsibility to put him on trial and to remove him from power. There is no question in my mind that he will go down as the worst leader that the Jewish people have ever had. And this is a person who was presenting himself before October 7th as the greatest leader of the Jewish people since Moses. And I'm not joking here. This is something that he has said. As someone who believed that he was protecting Israel and defending Israel, he will actually go down in our history as the worst leader that the Jewish people have ever had.
Why do you think he's committed crimes against the state of Israel? Just talk us through the logic behind that statement, Gershon.
Well, From my perspective, he has implemented a strategy since he came back into office in 2009, which was a strategy aimed at keeping the Palestinian leadership separate, empowering Hamas, the more radical, fanatical side of the Palestinian leadership, delegitimizing Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority, all in order to not have to negotiate with the Palestinians on the creation of a Palestinian state next to Israel. There are more or less equal numbers of Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs between the river and the sea, 7 million of each. And there is no solution to this conflict except for the two-state solution. And Netanyahu waged a strategy since 2009, which was aimed at preventing that from ever happening. Of course, on October 7th, that blew up in our face because you can't prevent people from having freedom. You can't occupy other people for almost 6 decades and expect to live in peace, or lock 2.2 million people in a territory like Gaza with 80% poverty and no place to go and no hopes and no dreams, and expect to have quiet. And this is the strategy that Netanyahu implemented since 2009. In my personal view, that is a crime against our state. That's a crime against our people. And a real leader solves conflicts, doesn't think that he can manage them forever. And of course, when they blew up in our face, he still refuses to take responsibility. And he was the head of the government on October 7th that failed to protect the people of Israel, that led a strategy that empowered and funded Hamas. And he is responsible, and he will be held responsible when eventually we do create a National Commission of Inquiry in Israel, which he is preventing. But it will be created, and he will stand trial.
So, Gershon, what you're saying is that basically having that amount of hatred and anger just behind a border fence, 2 million people who've been humiliated, who've been mistreated, quite the cruelest treatment by anybody's standards these last 22 months. I mean, you're saying that those people in turn represent an inevitable security threat to Israel. Is that the argument you're making?
That's part of it. I mean, there's no escape for Israel to have to deal with the reality of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the recognition that the Palestinian people have to have the same right to the same rights that the Jewish people have in the state of Israel. Beyond that, we cannot survive for very long if we don't manage to resolve the conflict, not only with the Gazan Palestinians, but with the West Bank and the Palestinians in East Jerusalem. There has to be a resolution of this conflict. It can't go on forever. This war is so horrific, and the consequences of the war that we've seen over the last 22 months are so horrible that we have to ensure that this must be the last Israeli-Palestinian war. We can't keep doing this. We need the help from our allies in the region and around the world, particularly in the region, because the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has to be dealt with in a regional way to build a security regime that ensures the security of all the states in the region and helps us all and leads us to greater economic development, to dealing with energy and water and the other challenges that we face in this modern world. The Arab countries surrounding Israel all have an interest in making sure that the Palestinian people have a right to freedom and dignity, and that the Israelis get the security that they need. So we have a potential deal in the entire region that will help us resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And that's what must come when this war is finally over, and hopefully that will be soon as well.
Gershon, I'll ask you about your T-shirt, which we can see there on the screen. Bring them home now. Perhaps we can show it full screen when you start speaking. I'd like to ask you, what is the status of the effort to release the last remaining living hostages in Gaza? I believe there's 20 of them. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Why
right.
is...
They're believed to be 20.
Believed to be 20. So why is Israel not responding in a positive way to what sounded like some quite positive noises being made by Hamas in this regard? What's going on?
So there are, first of all, 50 hostages all in all, and Israel wants them all returned, including the 30 who are believed to be dead. And Hamas agreed to a partial deal a week ago, today, in which there would be a 60-day ceasefire, and Hamas would release about half of the living hostages and half of the dead hostages in exchange for Israel redeploying back to lines that it held back in March. A sharp increase in humanitarian aid being distributed by the international community, other elements of the agreement that is the same agreement that was on the table months ago, even weeks ago, when Israel walked out of those negotiations and blamed Hamas for foiling the negotiations. But Hamas formally agreed to that a week ago and informed the Qataris and the Egyptians, and the Americans were informed. And for a week now, we've been waiting for the government of Israel to meet, the war cabinet to meet, to make a decision on whether or not they accept the agreement that they accepted weeks ago. And there hasn't been even a discussion in the government. Apparently, the cabinet is meeting this evening to discuss it. I would not expect any immediate Israeli response. The Israeli response has been that we don't want a partial deal anymore. We want a whole deal. We want a comprehensive deal. Well, that's what Hamas has been saying for months now. And now the Americans are saying as well, we want a comprehensive deal. Hamas wants a comprehensive deal. But when Israel says it, when Netanyahu says it, he's not talking about an agreement with Hamas. He's talking about Hamas raising a white flag and surrendering. And anyone who knows Hamas knows that that's not going to happen. Hamas will continue fighting, even as more Palestinians get killed. They will continue to fight until the very last Palestinian, as long as they can continue to hurt Israeli soldiers and perhaps kill them. This will only end with an agreement. And the best deal to reach is a comprehensive agreement that ends the war. But Netanyahu is apparently not interested in that. So tomorrow, the hostage families are holding another day of strikes and protest. Last Sunday, 1 million Israelis took to the streets demanding an end to the war. We hope that similar numbers come out tomorrow, maybe even bigger. I will be there at the big rally in Tel Aviv, but there are demonstrations that are going to take place all around the country.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure. Gershon Baskin, former Israeli peace negotiator, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Ukraine could end the war with Russia at any time if it wanted to. So says US President Donald Trump. What he hasn't been so vocal about is what he expects Russia to concede in order to get the deal done. Is the handover of Ukrainian territory a fair price to pay for peace? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. No getting Ukraine back, handing over the Donbass region, and no joining NATO. The terms of Trump's latest peace push demands a high price from Ukraine. In return, Kyiv's allies would provide future security.
It means that the United States is potentially prepared to be able to give Article 5 security guarantees, but not from NATO, directly from the United States and other European countries. That is big. I mean, really big.
But can and should Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy concede territory if NATO membership is off the table? It's certainly at odds with what European leaders have been pushing for. Kyiv's allies are on hand in Washington for the latest Trump-Zelenskyy meeting. Safety in numbers to try to avoid a repeat of that ill-fated White House meeting back in February. But in the face of President Trump's transactional style of diplomacy, their presence may not amount to much. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, should Ukraine pursue peace at any price? Has the US proven itself a reliable mediator? And what does Trump's latest peace deal mean for Europe? Stay with us. Joining us to debate the latest peace plan is Christopher Steele, a former MI6 officer who led the Russia desk at the UK's Secret Intelligence Service. Brendan Weichert is joining us, former US congressional staffer and geopolitical analyst. And rounding out our panel is Peter Zalmayev, political scientist and director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, once again, all eyes are on the White House as Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelenskyy and US President Donald Trump sit down to talk peace. But if the outcome of the recent Alaska summit with Putin is anything to go by, Ukraine could be in for a tough time. President Trump has even suggested that if Ukraine really wanted to end the war, it could do it at any time. So, Peter, let's start with you. Should Ukraine pursue peace at any price?
Well, let me just start by saying that if Russia, wanted to end the war, it would be very easy. All it had to do would be to leave Ukraine. Whatever formula is being proposed for Ukraine, there's lots of details we don't know about. And to your question as to whether it should end the war at any price, well, yes, there is a price. And it smells to me like the price that would be Ukraine's very sovereignty that is being kind of offered or imposed on Ukraine. The formula of exchanging some Ukrainian land for some other Ukrainian land. I mean, you have to consider the unfairness of it from the outset. And of course, there's a fear that Ukraine is walking into a ambush here, into a trap, whereby if Zelenskyy signs off on this land, the handover of the land, or at least decides to consider this issue, this could bring him down. This could lead to unrest on the streets of Kiev and other Ukrainian cities, and there's no clear mechanism how to do that. Neither the president nor the parliament are at liberty to be giving away Ukrainian land. It requires a national referendum, and imagine holding one in a time of war like this. It's a recipe for chaos. Putin knows it. That's why whatever's being offered, if that's what's being offered, is a poison pill. And I'll just finish. The other option, to say no to that, may lead to another bust-up, something what we saw the last time in the Oval Office, and it would allow Putin to point finger at Ukraine and say, Donnie, look, it's the Ukrainians who don't want peace, the intransigent party. It's not me. So darned if you don't, damned if you do, so to speak. Very, very precarious position. And you could tell by the way President Zelenskyy is looking, kind of shaky.
Shaky indeed. Brandon, what do you think? Are they damned if they do, damned if they don't? Or is President Trump correct in saying if Ukraine wanted to end the war, it could?
Well, I'll just say, the unfortunate reality is General Sherman, the great U.S. Civil War general, said war is brutal, war is hell. And the war has not gone well for Ukraine, unfortunately. And the Russians have all of the advantages right now. And there's no way the Ukrainians are going to be able to reverse those trends. So the Ukrainians would actually be very smart to seek a negotiated settlement. The Russians are wanting the eastern portion in Crimea as well. Those are the parts that they've held on to the entire war. So if you ask me, it's never been a more straightforward deal. It's just all the emotional garbage is in the way now. And I would just add, Gallup did a poll back in November, and they found that more than half of all Ukrainians polled favor a, quote, quick and speedy negotiation to end the war. So I don't even buy that it would be politically bad for Zelenskyy to do this, to negotiate. He's choosing not to, and you have to ask yourself why. And why is he choosing to arrive in the White House not even wearing a suit, as was the one requirement that the White House had for him meeting with our president? It is a problem. It is a sign of disrespect, I think. And I think Americans are ready to move on, get a deal, or we're going to cut him off, I think is what's going to happen.
Christopher, I'm going to come to you, but I know, Peter, you want to respond there. Sartorial choices, is that really what this is coming down to?
Why is the MAGA crowd not berating Arab monarchs and dignitaries who come garbed in their national costumes? Why are you not down on them for not wearing a Western suit?
Is it a cultural custom to wear a T-shirt to the White House? It's a cultural custom for the Arabs to wear what they wear, sir. It's not a cultural custom. We know for a fact Zelenskyy has worn a suit. I've seen him up close wearing a suit back in 2019. This is all part of an act. It is not. It's nothing to do with MAGA. It has to do with the respect for the American people and our White House. I frankly am sick of it.
All of this rhetoric is out the window. I mean, you should have just opened your eyes and seen that Zelenskyy did arrive in a suit. So how about an apology? How about an apology?
He's wearing a black shirt. He's wearing a black button-up.
And a suit jacket.
A suit and tie.
Sir, you have no shame. It's a country at war, and you're nitpicking about his sartorial choices. I say shame on you. Shame on you.
Okay.
You have lost all sensitivity and all sense of propriety because your boss in the White House has completely lost all sense of propriety.
Okay, Christopher, why don't you weigh in on this?
This is disgusting. May I just add one more thing? Finally, sorry.
Yeah, scream a little more. Spit a little more.
Territorial concessions. What's being now demanded is that Ukraine leave the currently territory that is still controlling in the Donbass. It's not just what Russia has controlled. What's being demanded is that Ukraine
Why don't we ask a rational question here, sir?
Okay, just a moment, Brandon.
Here. How long do you think Ukraine can actually hold on? Another 4 years in that part of the country? Is that what you believe? Because we've breached our war reserve status here with our stockpiles, and we cannot replenish them without stopping the war. And you know that, or you should. You are shameless. You don't care. You want to keep sending young men to die. They're going to have weapons soon. We don't have the ability to keep them supplied, not with this thing in the Middle East ripping open. And you know that, and you don't care. And that is shameful. It's young men that are dying over there.
Okay, Brandon and Peter, hold that thought. I'm going to come back to it. Christopher, I want you to weigh in on what we've been hearing so far.
I don't particularly want to get into what clothes people are wearing, although, of course, Churchill, during the Second World War, wore something similar and didn't turn up at the White House in a suit. But that aside, I think, you've got to concentrate on what this is really about. And it's about Putin, in fact, not changing his position at all. He's offered really no concessions. The only possible concession is that he's mentioned a possible security guarantee from the West to Ukraine if Ukraine rolls over. I think what you're talking about here is it's not just an exchange of land. Land is one of the things that's being discussed. But you're talking about the future of Ukraine, really, as an independent, sovereign country that is free to make its own choices. And that would include, in due course, possibly, although not definitely, applying to join NATO. What you can't have is a situation where one sovereign power imposes its will on a smaller country and there are no checks and balances, and in fact is illegal under international law. This whole war is illegal under international law. Putin is an indicted war criminal, and the West should really be united in standing up against this challenge to the post-Second World War system.
Peter, if, just to what Christopher is saying about NATO, are US security guarantees worth anything to Ukraine if NATO is off the table?
Let's see what those security guarantees are. So far, I've heard from the American president that it may be a written statement by the Russian side that it would never attack Ukraine. We've been down that road before. The Budapest Memorandum of 1994, was it worth the paper it was written on? It was co-guaranteed by several other parties to Russia, US, and Britain. Ukraine turned over its nuclear arsenal from the Soviet era in return for this guarantee. And look what it's gotten us down the road. So no, we also have this rare minerals and earths agreement with the American side as well, with US. That was supposed to be a kind of guarantee, a sort of roundabout way of guaranteeing Ukraine's security. But in world history, it's never kind of worked that way. There's never a precedent for it. Just because the U.S. does business in a certain country, no other country attacks it. Well, how many Western companies were doing business in Ukraine prior to 2014, the first Russian aggression and the takeover of Crimea? There were all sorts of Western companies, including American companies. Did that prevent Putin from attacking? So I really have to see, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to Donald Trump for wanting to end this war. But what are those guarantees? It's almost like there's an expression actually in Russian. You're buying a cat in a bag. You don't know if the cat is alive. It has one eye, both eyes. And that's what's actually happening right now in Washington as we speak.
So it is happening in Washington as we're on air. Brandon, we're hearing from the White House that President Trump is not ruling out sending US troops to keep peace in Ukraine. So if your big concern is that the US can't afford to keep supporting Ukraine in its war, it sounds like President Trump is interested in committing long-term to the peace.
President Trump says a lot of things in the moment. The question is, after the moment, what's the execution? I don't believe, given his promises to his base, that he would deploy U.S. forces on the ground in Ukraine. That is a line that not even the dreaded Joe Biden would assent to, and he was under a lot of pressure during his term to do that. So I don't think that that's anything serious. I think Trump's trying to keep everybody talking, which I understand and can agree with on some level, but I don't think that's a serious point. Furthermore, we know that he does not want to get more involved in Ukraine. We saw that, the Alaska summit. The one takeaway is Trump is already, and his team are already looking at the post-Ukraine war scenario. How do we get rare earth mineral deals with Russia? How do we get oil and natural gas deals with Russia? How do we possibly cut them into this Zangezur corridor that's being created in Azerbaijan that will completely redefine East-West trading relations in Eurasia? And that is critical because it is in America's interest to pull Russia away from China. And you do that through trade and other positive geoeconomic momentum, not by constantly fighting with them over Ukraine, which I'm sorry to say is a peripheral interest to the United States.
Christopher, in one of Brandon's earlier answers, he said there could be a quick and speedy end to this war, that it's something that Ukrainians want to push for. Do you think that conceding the Donbass region, signing away the land as it stands on the front lines at the moment would mean a quick and speedy end, but a lingering threat? I mean, is this not just setting the stage for a future war?
Yes, I think all this boils down to ultimately is whether Vladimir Putin can be trusted when he signs an agreement. The fact is that not only has he violated 2 agreements signed on Ukrainian sovereignty in the 1990s by his predecessor, but he himself actually signed an agreement with Ukraine in 2003, a borders agreement, which clearly he's violated as well. My contention, my feeling about this and everything I know about Putin is that we can't trust him and that there's not going to be any just peace in Ukraine for as long as he's in office. And that's the terrible obstacle for those of us who want to see peace in Ukraine and want to see Ukraine flourish as an emerging democracy and an emerging market economy. That's the basic problem we're facing.
Brandon, what do you think? Is Putin untrustworthy?
I don't really care if he's trustworthy or untrustworthy. I care about the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground are he's got us by the soft spot right now, and there's no way to worm our way out of this. So we have to negotiate with this guy because the alternative is he's going to keep pushing forward, and we're going to run out of stuff to give him to give Ukraine. Or worse, we're going to commit possibly NATO forces on the ground in Ukraine. This is not in America's interest to risk a direct confrontation with nuclear-armed Russia, especially not right now, given what's going on around the world. We need to be sequencing ourselves out of this fight, and we need to be pushing ourselves toward containing China. That is a greater threat to my country than Russia will ever be. And this is the consistent thing you hear from America First people who are still in the Pentagon. Thankfully, they are listening to this, and we're going to continue advocating to get out of Ukraine. It's not in America's interest. And I would just argue it is actually a straightforward deal. The parts of Ukraine that Russia has held are the parts that they would get in any deal. The real sticking point's going to be Odessa. Russia wants to take Odessa. Right now, they haven't. And so if we get a deal going now, there's a chance we could save Odessa for Western Ukraine. Otherwise, the Russians are going to push and push and push and push until they get Odessa. And then whatever happens after that is going to be a rump Ukrainian state that is completely landlocked and a welfare case for Europe because they won't be able to produce economically anything without that trade corridor. So in my opinion, we need to get a deal now. It's for the best thing for the Ukrainians as well as the Americans.
Peter, do you want to comment on that before we move to our next section?
Can I come back on that?
Both of, yeah. All right, Peter, go first, and then Chris will come to you.
Yeah, I'll just say that, okay, we talk about like we are in a tight place. I think Brennan is talking about the United States. Well, if Donald Trump has actually followed up his threats with actions, and he's promised to levy sanctions on Putin time and again, and then these deadlines have come and gone, and apparently the American president's word is worth nothing. As Brennan himself said, Donald Trump talks a lot, and he actually has no responsibility for what he says. It's a constant politics of gaslighting and deflection from Epstein files or whatever. But the thing is, there's no credibility left on the part of the American policymaking. The Americans and Donald Trump has way many more cards than he lets on. Russia is actually on very much on the back foot when it comes to its economy. For some reason, in swoops Donald Trump and decides to save Russia from this. Russia is crumbling economically, and instead we have to salvage it. And also this idea, this cockamamie idea that you can decouple Russia from China. Russia is beholding. Russia has become an essential protectorate of Russia economically. This is a cockamamie, ridiculous idea. Let's meet here on this program 3 years down the road, Brandon, and we'll see where Russia will be. It's a ridiculous idea that the likes of Tucker Carlson.
I'd like to address the sanctions. I'd like to keep this civil.
Okay, we're going to come to sanctions. We're going to come to sanctions in our next segment, and I'll put it to you first, Brandon. Christopher, give us a quick response, and then we'll move on to Trump and sanctions.
Yes, I agree, actually, that China in the longer term is probably a bigger challenge for the West. But I would say that if we allow Putin to prevail in Ukraine and get what he wants, and particularly to upset the territorial balance of Ukraine and the sovereignty, then that will simply encourage countries like China in particular to do the same with Taiwan and other places. And I think it sets a terrible precedent worldwide for international chaos and disorder as various states think that they can change the borders by force.
All right. Well, on that, if we're going to talk about mediation, we're going to talk about how the US has positioned itself in that mediation. So ahead of the Alaska meeting that we saw last Friday between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, President Trump was teasing reporters on the plane, saying that something big was going to come out of it. And yet it ended with no ceasefire, no concrete agreement, no lasting deal. The president had also threatened Russia with tough sanctions and secondary tariffs, just as our guests have just been discussing, if it didn't reach a ceasefire deal within his set time frame. But that deadline came and went without any repercussions as well. So, Brandon, coming back to you, as I said I would, has the US proven itself an unreliable or ineffective mediator in this conflict? Because it seems that President Trump doesn't follow through with what he says he'll do.
So this is a very real problem, not the fact that he said this. The problem is we don't have any more economic arrows in our quiver, if you will. We have thrown every sanction imaginable since the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014. We have thrown everything that we could muster at the Russians. And the Russians, people seem to forget, the Russians are a commodities superpower. They have the ability to be self-sustaining. They have the ability to sell vast amounts of energy, rare earth minerals, etc., to countries notably in the global south. So now when people talk about sanctions, what they're really talking about is not sanctions against Russia. We've done all that. What they're talking about is sanctions now against India, sanctions against a country like India that we absolutely require to have on side in order to contain China, which is, again, the bigger threat to my country. And so the Ukrainians would have us alienate, we're already doing it, alienate India. We've already alienated them over other issues, but we're going to alienate India now. We're going to put them into the BRICS camp, which they're now moving toward, and at the expense of our grand strategy, also that Ukraine can maybe last on another 6 months in the war. Instead, the rational thing to do would be to say, sanctions are a canard. They don't work anymore. We've done everything. The Russians, according to Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, Rutte said earlier this year that the Russian defense industrial base is producing every 3 months that which it takes the entirety of NATO's industrial base to produce in a single year. There is no more fight. The war is over, and it's time to get a negotiated settlement so we can salvage something of Ukraine. And I disagree as well about this idea that, well, the Russians go into Ukraine going, the Taiwanese, or the Chinese are going to go into Taiwan. I think that could happen anyway. These countries don't care about our international law. It's very quaint to them. And frankly, the United States doesn't really operate according to international law anyway. Ask anybody living in the Middle East. So it doesn't. This is a moot point. It's a new world order. It's a tripolar system. America, China, and Russia are going to have to figure out a new way to do business so we don't end up in a nuclear world war, which is where this thing could easily head.
Christopher, what do you make of that? I mean, is Ukraine just a pawn in between these three new superpowers?
No, Ukraine is the testing ground for international law, international relations at the moment. And I think it is rather curious, in fact, that China is the main facilitator of Russia in the war against Ukraine, not India. And yet China hasn't been hit with specific secondary sanctions
because of the rare earths.
Banking system well, for whatever reason. If China is actually the target, if China is the main threat, then China has to be the one that's targeted, not India. And there are other countries.
But then they cut us off from the rare earths, Chris. They cut us off from the rare earths, and that's the problem. This is why we're bending to them on NVIDIA chips going. I mean, so this is, again, Russia could help us alleviate some of that rare earth mineral dependency, and we're not taking them up on that because of this Ukraine thing. It's time to end it. It's gone too far now.
The degree to which China and Russia are becoming interwoven economically and technologically is quite astounding. And I think it's naive to think that we can cuddle up to Russia and Russia will suddenly come off the shelf and be aligned with us and aligned with our interests, because it won't. Putin sees the world in a zero-sum way, and particularly with regard to the United States, which he regards as his main adversary and always will, as a former KGB officer. And so I just don't see how giving parts of Ukraine over to Russia or pressurizing Ukraine to give territory to Russia.
They've already taken those parts, is my point.
Combating China. It just shows weakness, in my opinion.
Just a moment, Brandon, before you weigh in again, I want to bring Peter in and then we'll get your response. Peter, I can see you trying to interject.
I agree with Christopher made a great point. I mean, I think this is a faulty understanding of Putin's end goal here, and that's what the debate is. Putin is not interested in some parts of Ukraine that he, in fact, already controls. Why would he need Ukraine to sign off on that, right? What are the carrots for him here? He wants all of Ukraine, and all you have to do is listen to his own pronouncement on this issue. And the very first day at 5 a.m. on the 24th, February 2022, as he was speaking and the bombs started falling in Kiev, and I woke up and my family of 2 young kids woke up, the blackest day of our lives. And he said that there's no Ukrainian nation. There's just one people. It's a misunderstanding. Ukrainians have no right to their own state. He's repeated it again and again and again. All you have to do is to go to the Telegram channel of the former president and current, bigwig in the hierarchy of Putin, Dmitry Medvedev. His rhetoric is pure genocidal, reminiscent of Radio Thousand Hills of Rwanda. He's calling Ukrainians cockroaches, insects that have to be eliminated, along with the Europeans that support them. That is the former Russian president speaking. But people like Brennan going around and repeating Kremlin's misinformation about, we just want a little bit of the land that U.S. serving.
So we've reached the point that I'm now suddenly a Russian apologist.
Who have tried to fool you into thinking that they were nothing short of Ukraine's capitulation. I agree with Christopher. Putin, for as long as he's alive, he has staked everything on the outcome of Ukraine. He wants Ukraine destroyed, period.
Brandon, do you think that President Trump really wants peace, or does President Trump really want the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, I think they're both linked, aren't they? I mean, he's not going to get it. Well, first of all, he's never going to get the Peace Prize. They're never going to give him the Peace Prize, no matter what. But ultimately, I think the president has made it very clear in the last 96 hours, in fact, that we need to just go to a peace deal and not talk about an armistice or a ceasefire. We need to get peace. And why? Because we're going to build a durable order based off of that peace. It's the new peace at Westphalia, if you will. It's a new peace that will bring a new world order. And a lot of people in the old system aren't going to like it. And unfortunately, the old system is dead. And so everybody here who's arguing in favor of a liberal international order, that's gone. In fact, it probably went away the moment the U.S. invaded Iraq. So that stuff doesn't exist anymore. It's a new system. There are new players coming into the fold, and we got to figure out how we're going to play ball, because this is not going to end well. And I would just say, this idea that somehow Putin started the war based on he already held the territories. There was a lot going on, and we don't have to get into the whole 20-year history, but there was a lot going on both sides. It took two to tango that led to the impasse in 2022. It wasn't just the Russian side that woke up one day as mustache-twirling villains. It was terrible what they did, but it was not just one side. There was a whole buildup over 20 years. Go back to 1994. Former President Boris Yeltsin warned his counterpart, Bill Clinton, of the so-called cold peace that was descending over Europe about NATO expansion. And nobody wants to ever talk about that on the globalist side. Everybody wants to talk about liberal international order. Those days are done. We need to get a deal. We need to move on fast.
We're seeing European leaders obviously not playing a particularly active role in mediation. Earlier on Monday, President Zelenskyy said, as he was heading towards the White House, when peace is discussed for one country in Europe, it means peace for all of Europe. The Ukrainian president is joined in the US by a host of European leaders keen to provide him some backup. But by and large, President Trump has sidelined the EU during his negotiations to end this war. And the deal he's been talking about runs pretty counter to what many European leaders have been pushing for. Chris, if we look at this in a broader regional sense now, Europe wants to end the war in part to ensure its own security. Will it be safer or in more danger if that war ends with Russia taking control of Crimea and the Donbass?
My own view is it will be more dangerous, because I think what Russia will seek to do is get sanctions lift from the US and other Western countries, will go back and try and rebuild its severely battered military. I mean, if you consider that they've lost, killed and wounded around 1 million men in this war and haven't really advanced much in two to 3 years, it's quite astounding. But I think the threat comes to Europe or to Eastern Europe, not so much, and NATO member states, of course, in the Baltics and elsewhere, not so much in the next 6 months or a year, but in the next 5 to 10 years, when Russia could well rearm and re-equip and come back for more. Because I do believe deep down that what Putin is trying to do for his legacy is to rebuild the old Soviet Union. And I don't think he's going to stop in Ukraine.
Sorry, Peter, I see you nodding your head there. Do you think that European leaders being by President Zelensky's side is going to make any difference during negotiations in the White House? Because it doesn't seem like President Trump really cares much about what Europe thinks.
Just to piggyback on what Christopher said, yes, Zbigniew Brzezinski is reported to have said that without Ukraine, Russia is not an empire. I wholeheartedly agree that Putin is on a historical mission to restore the Soviet Union. Should Ukraine fail in this war, you're talking about millions of more Ukrainian refugees spilling over the border of the Western world. And that explains the urgency of this incredibly high-level group that is accompanying Zelenskyy. One gentleman whom I know personally, Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, has found a key to Donald Trump's heart, and that is simply shameless flattery. That's the only thing that works with that guy. And he's been quite capable at handling Donald Trump. My hope is that Rutte is able to at least balance out and get some of that infatuation once again with Putin that Donald Trump is displaying, just kind of take the edge of it, right, and bring him down to earth, and and make him realize that Russia is not a natural ally of the United States. It's the West. It's still, yes, it's an idea largely, but if America loses Europe, I mean, what allies will it have? Or if Brandon says we're just living in a transactional world that resembles the inside of Donald Trump's head, and that's exactly how he speaks as well. I call this Trumpkins. You know, this is a category of Trumpkins. They're shameless. Brandon would not have 5 years ago. You had told Brandon he would be speaking like this. He would not have believed it. He would have left you out of this room. I hope and pray that they do prevail, but I cannot predict this. There may be possible another bust up, and Zelenskyy may be expelled from the White House, because that's the kind of show that Donald Trump likes to throw as a bone to his rabid MAGA base.
Brandon?
So the amount of hatred that you have for the MAGA base, most of whom populate my country's armed services, is disgusting. And I am offended by that. And you should be ashamed, because my country is the only reason Ukraine is even a country right now. And we're sick of it. We are sick of it. And I'm telling you right now that the Europeans who showed up to try to bully the president of the United States, the Europeans are going to go and bully him and flatter him to death. I think you guys are going to be in for a rude awakening. I think it's coming sooner than you think, because we're done. We've made that eminently clear, and you continue dishing out insults. You continue being completely ungrateful for that which my country has done for you. The British were never like this in World War II. We were partners. But the Ukrainians who keep saying they're like Britain in World War II are acting, the government is acting, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the government, is acting very, very ungrateful. And my only hope is that these rumors I'm hearing about Zelenskyy possibly replacing Zelenskyy in a track 2 approach, I am praying to God that that will happen, because Zelenskyy has completely overplayed his hand and overstayed his term in office, by the way. The great democracy hasn't had an election in over a year.
I'm going to come to you on that in a moment, Peter, but Christopher, I could see you making a face which makes me think you disagree with some of Brandon's interpretations.
Yeah, I don't think the Ukrainians have overplayed their hand. They were attacked aggressively and illegally by Russia for no reason. And whilst we can debate whether, the eastward expansion of NATO was a good idea or not, I actually think it probably wasn't. The fact is that Ukraine was nowhere near joining NATO, and the excuse that's been made by the Russians for that, they themselves, under Putin, incidentally, were interested in joining NATO in year 2000. Yes. So I think that we need to get the history right. We need to get the facts right of this. We need to get the sequencing right about this. And I don't think the Ukrainians are ungrateful. I mean, I think they obviously want to get as many weapons and as much money in to support their war effort as they possibly can.
We've given them everything we possibly could. We've given them everything we possibly could. And
that's not entirely true, because, as you probably know, there are about $500 billion worth of Russian central bank assets that have been frozen in the West. Most interestingly, actually, in Europe, not in the US. But that is certainly
if you want to kill the US dollar as the primary reserve currency, you're going to do that. That's what you're going to do. And you're going to kill the dollar as the primary currency. They're going to start going hard into BRICS then.
No.
The rest of the world isn't going to go for that.
Most of those assets are in euros, in fact, defined in euros, and are contained in Europe. And I think it's incumbent on Europe to look at more seriously freeing up that, because I agree that the US has made a massive contribution to the defense of Ukraine, and that is a great thing. So has Europe. But I think Europe could do more.
And I
just hope that Europe, for example, could use those reserves to buy weapons for Ukraine from the US, which is a win-win for the US and Europe going forward.
Peter, what do you think? Is this just European leaders trying to bully the US president? Can Europe have any effect on the sidelines here, or is that just window dressing for the main game?
No, it's not about bullying. It's about explaining, to actually trying to get on the same page with Donald Trump circa 3 months ago, right? Because like Brennan said, Donald Trump says a lot of things, right? He's a different person every day. But you remember 3 months ago, he said, it's Europe's war. That's J.D. Vance's position. That's Donald Trump's position. And you know what? I'll give it to them. It makes sense. It is Europe's war, first and foremost. It's happening on the continent. America is separated by the oceans. And so if that's the case, they're explaining to Donald Trump that it has affected us. It will affect the rest of the world should Ukraine fall. They have found a really elegant formula, to use Mike Johnson's actually words. The Speaker of the House, paying for the weapons produced in America, supporting the American economy with Russia's money. An elegant solution, a poetry. I think he said it, a poetry. Donald Trump said he will not mind selling Ukraine weapons using Europe's money. At the very least, we need to hold on to that formula. Or is that off the table?
Are you asking me? Is that off the table? I would think anything's on the table at this point. I think we're having a misunderstanding here. The U.S. defense industrial base, I've covered this for years, the U.S. defense industrial base cannot meet demand. Doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. It is sclerotic right now. It cannot meet the increasing demands of the Middle East and the European theater. It can't do it. It doesn't matter how much business you give it. It cannot do it. This is not like World War II, where we had latent industrial capacity. We do not. The president of Raytheon, I think it was Raytheon, said about 2 years ago, you want to go to war with China, 69% of our defense industrial base is supplied either directly or indirectly via China. So we are not doing well right now with defense industrial base production, which is why, despite all the money and all the demand, our base still cannot produce what Ukraine needs to go on. This is why we're talking about a peace deal. This is why the Trump people are saying we're going to need to stop the fighting, because our base can't do it anymore. Manufacturing and logistics are not what they once were in this country. And I've been saying that to these guys for years, and I get called whatever, all the names you want to call me that you've been calling me. But that's the truth. And that's all I look at. I look at the data. I can't, make bricks without clay, as Sherlock said. So.
Peter, what did you make of Brandon's comment that President Zelenskyy has outstayed his welcome and that he could potentially be toppled in order to get a deal here?
Well, that's another thing that worries me. Listen, we don't all have to be, we're not Russia. I mean, as Ukrainians, we still, even in time of war, can express our disagreement with Zelenskyy and his policies. For example, I did not vote for Zelenskyy. I'm not necessarily his supporter, even though I don't criticize him when I'm traveling outside of Ukraine, etc. He's still our president, and he cannot be replaced because the Ukraine's constitution does not allow for holding of elections during, times of war. And that's what worries me, that Donald Trump seems to have turned into a retranslator, rebroadcaster of Russia's narratives and Russia's wishes. Started with Tucker Carlson and his ignominious trip to Moscow, and then it proceeded, and now it wound up in the mouth of the American president. Russia wants Zelenskyy out, and of course they want someone pliable, Petain, the General Petain of the Vichy Republic. Yes, they would want that.
Is Zelenskyy more pliable? I would think Zelenskyy would be better because he has more credibility with all the parties.
Would Russians support Zelenskyy? I know Zelenskyy, and I like him dearly. I consider him my elder friend, personal friend. Would Russia countenance that? I have very serious doubts about that.
I don't think the fact of the matter is he wanted to negotiate a year ago a settlement, and Zelenskyy fired him as a result. And I think that carries a lot of cachet right now. The fact that Zelenskyy is a rational person who actually saw the young men going to get killed and didn't like it because he realized the strategy was not and could never work. That's a very big thing, I think, for everybody involved. You want rational actors at that table, not people who are, talking about taking back Crimea or whatever. I mean, this is insanity masquerading as policy.
Christopher, what do you think? I mean, we're talking about bringing in someone who hasn't even been elected. Is that a concern? Is there a world where Trump brings in a different player so that he can get a deal?
I don't think there's anything at all wrong with Zelenskyy as a potential president of Ukraine. He would have to be elected, of course, in order to be consistent that we're supporting a democracy. There's no reason why he shouldn't be elected. But I think that's not going to happen overnight. And he's, of course, here as ambassador in London, doing good work actually here. But I think that we've got to focus on the players at the table at the moment, and that is Zelenskyy, who after all was elected. And I think it's perfectly understandable there hasn't been an election in Ukraine in the last few years. That happened in Britain during World War II, there wasn't an election here either. But as soon as the war was over, there was, and there was a change of leadership. But that whole issue about change of peaceful leadership through the ballot box is what is being fought for here. So I see Zelenskyy as somebody who can contribute a great deal to this. Military officers often don't like war because they see what it leads to and the suffering it entails, and can bring some sober analysis to the table. But I don't think there's any way that Zelenskyy would support the sort of deal that's on the table at the moment that would require hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians to leave their homes and defensive lines in eastern Ukraine, which is controlled by Kiev, and move out for no price.
Gentlemen, we're almost out of time. I just want to ask one very quick question to each of you to wrap up this last segment of Counterpoints. So, Peter, I'll start with you very, very briefly. We're hearing from the White House, US President Donald Trump saying that we may or may not have trilateral talks between Zelenskyy, Putin and himself. This far in, this many discussions, this many summits, are we any closer to peace?
I'm not sure. And, both sides, to be frank, have kind of boxed themselves in with this potential meeting. Putin clearly does not consider Zelenskyy a legitimate negotiation partner. And conversely, Ukraine has made it a law early in the war whereby it's illegal to hold peace talks with Putin. You can argue about the wisdom of this later down the road. I'm not commenting on that. But it seems like this meeting is, for that reason and others, is still a very distant perspective.
What do you think, Brandon? With this far in, this many years of war, this many leaders' summits, this many ceasefire and peace talks, are we any closer to a deal?
Jaw is always better than war, and I think that this is a positive step. We'll see where it goes. I would just say that the United States is no longer in a position where it can afford to support this war. It needs to end now. It's a ridiculous thing that it's gone on this long. If we don't get an end, we're risking a world war here, and the United States might not be able to win that, given the depletion that's going on in our wartime stockpiles. And I don't. So yes, I think that this is a positive step toward peace, and my hope is we get that tripolar system going to create a new, more lasting peace.
Christopher, round us out. President Trump from the White House saying we may or may not have a trilateral meeting. Is this making any progress?
Well, I think if we do have a trilateral meeting, that is a good thing. But my understanding and my assessment of things today is that Putin can't actually bring himself, or isn't able to bring himself, to engage directly with Zelenskyy as the Ukrainian president. I think he's said on many occasions he's illegitimate and that he's not going to deal with him. So it will be actually a test of whether Putin has any flexibility or any compromise in him which is necessary to achieve a just peace, which is the only peace that will be durable, as to whether he is prepared to meet with Zelenskyy. And I hope that he is. I would be welcoming of that.
It's going to be very interesting to watch what comes out in the hours, days, weeks. Let's hope that trilateral meeting does happen. We might get all three of you back to comment on it if and when we get a resolution. But for now, we'll leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you so much to this evening's guests, Christopher Steele, former MI6 officer who led the Russia desk at the UK's Secret Intelligence Service, Brandon Weichert, former US congressional staffer and geopolitical analyst, and Peter Zalmayev, political scientist and director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative, joining us for this episode of Counterpoints. We appreciate all of your contributions. Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you to everyone joining us at home on this episode of Counterpoints. To watch all of our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok for all our latest debates. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Phuket. Phuket is the second smallest province of Thailand and is located in the southern region. It is made of Phuket Island, the country's largest, plus 32 other smaller islands off its coast. Phuket province has an area of 576 square kilometers or 222 square miles. Majority of the residents in Phuket are Buddhist, but there are about 20% of Muslims in the province too. Among the Muslims, many are of Malay descent. There are also residents of Chinese ancestry, making up an even larger population in the area. This is due to the mass migration to Phuket in the 19th century. Phuket has become a popular tourist destination nowadays, with its bright mix of natural attractions that beckons every adventurer. Plus, it's got a mix of off-the-beaten-track spots to discover too. The big island is just too attractive not to visit and explore. Of course, there are the natural beauties. Enjoy the beaches, quiet views, back streets, and restaurants that serve the freshest seafood. You won't fall short of activities to try too. You can try whitewater rafting in Phang Nga or have kids explore the east coast of Koh Yao Noi Island. There are also temples to visit or hang around until the sunset. You can try scuba diving too. It's one of the most recommended activities in Phuket. Waterfalls hopping is also a great idea, as Phuket has several small waterfalls that are a breathtaking sight. Enjoy the view, breathe in the fresh air, and jump into the water. Another water activity is diving. The Ratchayai Island is popular for that. You can also opt for a boat ride to any of the nearby islands. It's your best option when you just want to relax and enjoy the beauty of nature. There's kayaking too, if you're in for a little adventure. There's also the Phuket Big Buddha that's great for hiking and, of course, amazing views. Meanwhile, back in the city, you can also watch a football game. The Phuket FC is always exciting to watch. And then, of course, the famous temples are not to be missed. Top tourist choices are the Chalong Temple, Wat Phra and the Karon Temple. Dig deep into Phuket's historic and cultural feats among ancient structures, the ruins, and spiritual sites. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then, of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck, too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
as well as in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.